The unity of goatfish. The unity of goatfish. Oh, it is strained. Oh, it is strained. But if you can ponder it in your brains, goat and fish, perhaps it can be the verses. Wow Mom is here for Goat vs. Fish. Commodore Friday is second for Goat vs. Fish. Consensual love with your ma is first for Goat vs. Fish. Celebration. Celebration for fish. Celebration for goat. Now I can hear the verses. Now I can hear the verses. The verses are here. The verses are clear. The verses are here. Oh yes. Oh yes, it's goat versus fish. It's goat versus fish. It's a mighty verses. It's a mighty fine verses, and the verses is goat versus fish. And the verses is goat versus fish. And the verses is goat versus fish.
Jedi Grind subscribes to GoatVsFish Forever. Celebration. X66 Sim Forever 22.
Celebration for 22 months of Jedi Grind! 22 verses of Jedi Grind! Celebration, celebration for 22 Jedi Grind verses! Celebration. Celebration. Celebration for 22 verses of Jedi Grind. Ooh. Celebration for 22 verses of Jedi Grind. You've got to be on that grind, goat. You've got to be on that grind, fish. Goat are grinding, the fish are grinding. If you're not grinding, goat and fish, then how do you expectation to triumph in the verses? How do you expectation to triumph in the verses? If you are not grinding like Jedi Grind, if you are not grinding like Jedi Grind. Blasphemous selects goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Jedi Grind has selection goat.
Commodore Friday subscribes to GoatVsFish Forever. Celebration.
Jedi Grind with the gifted verses. Is Tony goat or fish? Is killing Tony goat or fish? Oh, goat versus fish, how we wish. How we wish to know, how we wish to know if killing Tony is goat or fish. But goat versus fish has found that the verses of killing Tony persists. Oh, the great verses. Some denounce it. Some pronounce it. But it's still goat versus fish. It's still goat versus fish. It's still goat versus fish. It's still goat versus fish on the YouTube's killing Tony for goat versus fish. Oh, my versus. Oh, my versus celebration. Oh, my versus celebration. Tony is fence. Oh, goat versus fish. If goat versus fish asked killing Tony, are you goat or fish? Surely they would sit on the fence. Surely they would sit on the fence. That is the expectation of goat versus fish. That is the expectation of goat versus fish. Nothing but fenciness from killing Tony. Nothing but fenciness from killing Tony. Oh, they all want approval from the fence. They all want approval from the fence. They say, please, fence, please. Please, killing Tony, approve. Approve of my verses. But that is what makes Goat vs. Fish so powerful. We do not need Killing Tony to approve of Goat vs. Fish. We are just there to give them the true verses, as we always do, Jedi Grind, with the gifted subscription to Goat vs. Fish. 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 Here's Goat vs. Fish. Here's Goat vs. Fish. There's some Goat vs. Fish. What is on my televerses? 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 When you're watching on your favorite show, what you're watching you do not know, but you think that it's a fish and a goat. It's just a fish and a goat.
Psychic Buckeye 12 subscribes to GoatVsFish Forever. Celebration.
When
Goat.
you're watching your favorite show, and it seems to be a fish and a goat. It's just a fish and a goat. Psychic Buckeye 12 with 8 months of Goat vs. Fish. Hype training here in the verses. Pixby _ are you a goat or a fish? We don't wanna wonder anymore, don't wanna wonder anymore. Channel 2 or 3 or 4, someone's gonna open the door. They're gonna see that you're watching some fish and goat. What is on my televerses? 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 Watching a debate to decide the fate of the human race. Ooh, arguing on both sides, how could we survive? But the closer I looked, in the TV book it said it was just another discussion about something or nothing. Just another discussion between a fish and a goat. It was just goat versus fish.
It wasn't what I wanted to hear. Now someone get this stink off my rear. The one thing to the fencer is clear. Gotta choose fish or a goat.
What is on my televerses? What is on my televerses? What is on my televerses? A celebration, Boring Morgan, going to go as goat versus fish for Halloween. Make the fences scream, make the fences scream. Boring Morgan bought a shirt from the Versus store. We just got stocked up with 144 more. What is on my televerses? What is on my televerses? What is on my televerses? What is on my televersion? Tyrus, 200 bits. Are there really 200 channels of this? There's nothing else to see on my televerses. What is on my televerses? What is on my televerses? What is on my televerses? What is on my televerses?
Are we singing the chat? Singing the chat.
Suddenly, what I had to say was on the very televerses telenovela play. Didn't know I wrote it.
Oh, the writers are still on strike. Is there anything on the verses I like? No, there's nothing that I wanna watch.
Psych! It's goat versus fish. What is on my televerses? What is on my televerses? Say it, goat and fish! Say it, goat and fish! What is on my televerses? 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 I love you, goat versus fish. I love you, goat versus fish. Celebration for the love of goat versus fish. What is on my televerses? Appreciation for the hype training for goat versus fish. Appreciation for the hype training for goat versus fish. Sometimes when I'm sad, I think about the places I have pooped inside, outside, on goat, and on fish. To true verses, goat and fish, they say, everybody poops, and that includes goat and fish. Zergrok, I am here. So is goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is here. Celebration for being here with goat versus fish. Tyrus
4191 subscribes to GoatVsFish forever. Celebration.
Cyrus with the resubscription to Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for the resubscription to Goat vs. Fish. 17 months of Goat vs. Fish. Let's do 17 verses. Let's do 17 verses. 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s. Celebration, appreciation for the subscription to Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation. Goat and Fish, this versus Goat vs. Fish is going to look on the interwebiverse where Goat vs. Fish has noticed that there has been another curious upload to the interwebiverse called the YouTubes. The craziest Kill Tony moments in all of history. There's already a versus called the most bizarre set of Kill Tony ever. And that's just Goat vs. Fish. 33,000 views for Goat vs. Fish. And yet there's another versus now. Craziest moments in Killing Tony. Craziest moments in Killing Tony. And the craziest moments of Kill Tony includes Goat vs. Fish. It includes Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for sharing Goat vs. Fish. You can all share Goat vs. Fish. You can all share Goat vs. Fish. Celebration. And the 20 or so minuet video of the craziest Kill Tony sets of Killing Tony includes most of the set of Goat vs. Fish. It has been viewed over 450,000 times on YouTube. Celebration! Celebration for 450,000 views of Goat vs. Fish. $450,000 views of Goat vs. Fish. Zrugrug celebration. Zrugrug celebration? We will pronounce it as Goat vs. Fish. Commodore Friday with Fish. Zrugrug with Goat. And there's a lot of comments for Goat vs. Fish. There's a lot of comments for Goat vs. Fish. Some say that Goat vs. Fish is one of the most polarizing guests ever on Killing Tony. As polarizing as a versus between a goat and a fish. Goat vs. Fish is love. Celebration for the love of Goat vs. Fish. For the love of Goat vs. Fish. Tell us of this polarization. Oh, Goat vs. Fish is here to tell you all about Goat vs. Fish. Look who it is again! It's KekMe250 celebration. Welcome back to GoatVsFish. We meet again, you tell GoatVsFish. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. So the power of GoatVsFish endures. Commodore Friday redeem celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. We've got goat, we've got fish, we've got goat, and we've got fish. And we've got GoatVsFish, and we've got GoatVsFish. Celebration for the hype training, goat and fish. In previous verses, GoatVsFish has always had the verses. We say, oh, make a donation to GoatVsFish, make a contribution to GoatVsFish for this verses or that verses. But GoatVsFish will take a learning. From the Nephew Network's very own The Uncle Joe Show. It's a free stream, Goat and Fish. It's a free stream, Goat and Fish. Of course, you may support GoatVsFish if you wish, but at this versus, no. It's free GoatVsFish. It's free GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish is GoatVsFish. And it is what it is. GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish is a goat and a fish. And the goat and fish versus. GoatVsFish brings the verses to you. We promise the verses we tell you are true. What's GoatVsFish? You haven't a clue. But it is something to do. Something to do, and it comes from within you. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish, celebration for fish. Goat are always versus the fish. Fish are always versus the goat. And it was written and it was wrote that goat versus fish and fish versus goat. If that doesn't make any sense, just please don't sit on the fence. Oh, don't sit on the fence. Some say goat versus fish is a sham. Some say goat versus fish is a scam.
Some say goat versus fish is just spam. What can I tell you? I am what I am.
It's not dolphin versus lamb. No! It's goat versus fish for as long as you wish.
Goat versus fish, it's a beautiful song. There is no good or evil, there's no right or wrong. But that fence sure is long.
It's goat versus fish. And the unity of goat fish. Celebration! Celebration for the musication! Celebration for the musication of goat versus fish! And now, the beard ASMR of goat versus fish. Yes. Yes. Yes, this is the content of goat versus fish. Yes. Warm yourself by the verses. You're safe here. But beware the fence sitter. Beware the fence sitter. Beware the fence sitter. Beware the fence sitter. Celebration! Celebration! Zrug rug.
Zrug rug. Zrug rug.
Zrug rug! Goat versus fish does not endorse your Warcraft. Goat versus fish does not endorse your Warcraft. Throwing stones! And Boring Morgan, oh no. Goat versus fish does not endorse a violence. Goat versus fish does never endorse a violence. There's already enough goat versus fish! Violent versus is but fence! Violent versus is but fence! Celebration for goat versus fish! Oh no! Boring Morgan threw rocks back! Oh no, Boring Morgan threw rocks back. The only rock you need is goat versus fish. The only rock you need is goat versus fish. Let goat versus fish be your rock. Let goat versus fish be your rock. Why didn't I have you as a science teacher? In the beginning, there was goat versus fish, and goat versus fish said that there should be goat and that there should be fish. If you try to split the verses, it will create a cataclysmic explosion of fenciness and destruction. Oh no! Time for some interesting facts about goat. Goat have hooves. Goat are of the land. Goat versus fish. Time for some fish facts. Fish have fins. Fish are of the sea. Fish versus goat. Celebration for the science of goat versus fish. Where did you get towel skirt? Where did you get towel skirt? It all happened in your perception of goat versus fish. It all happened in your perception of goat versus fish. I need to become you and I don't know where to get towel skirt. You just need to get a big versus. You just need to get a big versus and just wrap yourself in goat versus fish. Just wrap yourself in goat versus fish. You wish a tutorial from goat versus fish. You want a tutorialization from goat versus fish. Okay, we'll show you a versus. We'll show you a versus. We'll show you a versus. Make some noise for the musication of goat versus fish. For the musication of goat versus fish. Tutorialization, please. Yes, we need to show you how to become goat versus fish. We need to show you how to become goat versus fish, so you all can be goat versus fish, because we know you want to be goat versus fish. We know you all want to be goat versus fish. We know you all want to be goat versus fish. And this is a fine versus for Halloween. For Halloween, when you can dress up however you want to be, you should all dress up as goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. An announcement by Goat versus Fish. An announcement by Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish now announces. Goat versus Fish announces now a Goat versus Fish Halloween costume contest. Goat vs. Fish has just announced now the Goat vs. Fish Halloween costume contest. Submit your best Goat vs. Fish. Submit your best Goat vs. Fish. Submit your best Goat vs. Fish. And Goat vs. Fish, there will be a prize. There will be a great prize for whoever so wins the Goat vs. Fish Halloween contest. Oh yes, you will get a shirt of Goat vs. Fish. You will get a shirt of Goat vs. Fish. You will get a shirt of Goat vs. Fish, and you will get 20 versus American dollars. Whoever so wins the Goat vs. Fish Halloween contest gets a shirt of Goat vs. Fish and 20 versus American dollars, should you choose to accept it. And perhaps we'll increase the verses. Perhaps we'll increase the verses even more. Maybe we'll make even more verses. Maybe if you make a tip to Goat vs. Fish, we'll increase the verses. Maybe. That's not a promise of Goat vs. Fish. But at this verses, we promise you some swag of Goat vs. Fish, including a shirt of Goat vs. Fish, and 20 versus American dollars, and 20 versus American dollars, and 69 cents. For your Goat vs. Fish costume contest, you can dress as goat, you can dress as fish, but we especially want to see your Goat versus Fish costume of Goat versus Fish. Your Goat versus Fish costume of Goat versus Fish. Celebration. Be sure to get your Goat versus Fish shirt. Be sure to get your shirt of Goat versus Fish on GoatVsFish.com/store. At GoatVsFish.com/store. Be sure to get GoatVsFish.com/store. Snuggles405 says, I'm wearing your goat shirt. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Kanteng Long says, Expropus Vocabulus chillin' in the bathroom at work, lol, but celebration. Celebration, celebration, sitting on the throne, not on the fence, thinking about Goat versus Fish. Boring Morgan, I buy today. Celebration for buying Goat versus Fish. Celebration for buying Goat versus Fish. But I have to press up at the moon. Do whatever you wish. Do whatever you wish. Do whatever you wish. As long as it's Goat versus Fish. When is the due date for costume? Well, Goat versus Fish would say that the due date for the verses has to be... Goat versus Fish will say the due date for the verses, of course, we want you to wear it on All Hallows verses, which is October's 31st. So, of course, you will have to put on your verses, and, of course, you must make submission. You must capture a visage of you wearing your verses and submit it to Goat versus Fish. So, Goat versus Fish will say to you that perhaps November 2nd will be the final verses for submission to Goat versus Fish. So you can get it all verses for October's 31st, and then you can recover on the next verses because you had so much sweetness, so much sweetness, so much sweetness, so much sweetness that you crash out on Goat vs. Fish. A sweetness coma, but then you rise again. How sweet it is to be Goat vs. Fish. How sweet it is to be Goat vs. Fish. We'll spend the verses recovering and uploading your photographization, perhaps on November 2nd. November 2nd is the final verses for submission. The final verses for submission. And you made submission earlier than this, of course. Celebration. Celebration. But now let's have a look. Let's have a look at the verses. Let's have a look at the verses. Let's suppose that you want to do some Goat vs. Fish. Suppose you want to do some Goat vs. Fish. Well, let's have a look at Goat vs. Fish. Let's have a look at Goat vs. Fish. Ooh. Ah. Goat vs. Fish. And let's just do a simple verses. You may say, Goat vs. Fish, what's the secret of Goat vs. Fish? It's a very simple verses. Look at these verses. Look at these verses, Goat and Fish. Have you ever seen anything finer? Have you ever seen anything finer? Just go to your place and find one. Find a Goat vs. Fish, and you can wrap it around your verses and see if it is large enough for you. But let's look at Goat vs. Fish. Let's watch just how simple the verses. Goat vs. Fish. Anyone can be Goat vs. Fish. Look at this verses. Look at this verses. You just take Goat vs. Fish. You just take Goat vs. Fish. Oh, look, wow. Look, it's just a humble verses. 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 Just a humble verses. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, and now you simply roll with Goat vs. Fish. So tight. You got to get tight with Goat vs. Fish. You got to get tight with Goat vs. Fish. You got to get tight with Goat vs. Fish. And then we roll tight with Goat vs. Fish. We roll tight with Goat vs. Fish. All around, all about. Roll tight with Goat vs. Fish. That's one versus. Tightly now, Goat and Fish. Roll once more, Goat and Fish. Roll once more, Goat and Fish. Roll once more, Goat and Fish. At least 3 verses. One for the goat, one for the verses, one for the fish. Tuck in your shirt to Goat vs. Fish. Tuck in your shirt to Goat vs. Fish. And if you do it tightly and you do it politely, look, oh wow, no, Goat vs. Fish, ooh. Goat vs. Fish, 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 Goat vs. Fish. It's a simple verses. It's such a simple verses. It's such a simple verses. It's such a simple verses. Celebration for pro surround with many goat emotes. That's 4 goat. But it's not towel versus waist, it's... And then you just keep rolling with Goat vs. Fish. Then you just keep rolling with Goat vs. Fish. Just keep rolling with Goat vs. Fish. And you can be with the unification of Goat and Fish. You can be with the unification of Goat and Fish. Or you can be with Goat vs. Fish. Or maybe you'll be Goat vs. Fish and you'll have a shirt of goat or fish. Oh, my verses. Oh, my verses. Celebration. Celebration for Goat vs. Fish. And now the reveal of Goat vs. Fish. Wow. The reveal of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish has nothing to hide from you. Goat vs. Fish is not hidden. Goat vs. Fish is not hidden. Goat vs. Fish is not hidden. Let's make some celebration for the allegiance of Goat vs. Fish. For the allegiance of Goat vs. Fish. The allegiance of Goat vs. Fish. The allegiance of Goat vs. Fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. The allegiance of goat versus fish. The allegiance of goat versus fish. And then we return the verses. Celebration, Hogrim, celebration. Celebration. Oh, goat versus fish. We know all the verses. We know all the verses. That was the sound within Goat versus Fish. And now we listen to the sound of belly rolls, the sound of belly rolls on Goat versus Fish. Let's listen to the sound of belly rolls on Goat versus Fish. Celebration, celebration. And now let us listen to the very beating verses of Goat versus Fish. Can you hear the beating verses of Goat versus Fish? Is this going to be posted on YouTube? Yes! Because Goat versus Fish has a new YouTube channel. Goat versus Fish has a new YouTube channel, Goat and Fish. There is a new YouTube channel for Goat versus Fish. There's a new YouTube channel for Goat versus Fish. There is also the old YouTube channel of Goat versus Fish. But Goat and Fish, go to this versus. Goat versus Fish has posted the link in the chat. VODs. Go to the VODs of Goat versus Fish. You can subscribe to Goat versus Fish VODs. And Goat versus Fish will be posting VODs of Goat versus Fish on VODs. Versus on demand. And Goat vs. Fish will place unedited VODs of Goat vs. Fish on Goat vs. Fish VODs. Chris G! Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Chris G, are you goat or are you fish? Chris G, is it the Chris G? Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. It is nice to see you, my verses. Nice to see you, my verses. So subscribe to Goat vs. Fish VODs. And while you are versus Goat and Fish, subscribe to Goat vs. Fish on Kick. Follow Goat vs. Fish on Kick. Goat vs. Fish, the great diversification of Goat vs. Fish. If you're on Kick, follow Goat vs. Fish. Let's get Goat vs. Fish up to 75 followers on Kick so Goat vs. Fish can receive monetization. Monetization for Goat vs. Fish. We're in the verses. We're in the verses. Celebration! Chris G subscribes to Goat vs. Fish, and why was there no sound alert for Goat vs. Fish? But celebration! 5 months of Chris G for fish! Celebrate more fish! Celebration, celebration! Pro surround. TOS. 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 TOS.
The electric fence.
Don't fence on the TOS. Celebration, pro surround. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Let's surround. You are surrounded. You are surrounded by Goat vs. Fish. You are surrounded by Goat vs. Fish. You are surrounded by Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish has you surrounded. Come out with your asses up off the fence, choosing Goat or Fish. You are surrounded by Goat vs. Fish. You are surrounded by Goat versus Fish. Oh, look. It's the televerses of Goat vs. Fish. It's the televerses of Goat vs. Fish. Nice to see you, Chris G. Oh, we know. Celebration for the resubscription of Chris G to Goat vs. Fish, Goat and Fish, we are not going to spend all these verses promotion the various monetization goals of Goat vs. Fish, but we will say, yes, of course, free stream for Goat vs. Fish, but we will incentivization this one versus. If Goat vs. Fish gets another 18 subscriptions this versus, new subscription points this versus, then there will be a free t-shirt giveaway of Goat vs. Fish. There will be a free t-shirt giveaway of Goat vs. Fish, but you can, of course, buy all of your merch of Goat vs. Fish on goatvsfish.com/store. Pro Surround says Goat converted to fish, Wow. Celebration. Oh, we did have a gifted versus. And that means the free sub counter goes up by 1 versus. Celebration. When there are 10 new subscriptions to Goat vs. Fish, every 10 gifts to Goat vs. Fish will gift a subscription to the chat, and every 20 subscription Goat vs. Fish will gift a shirt of Goat vs. Fish. And of course, you can still claim your free sticker of Goat vs. Fish. If you are a subscriber to Goat vs. Fish, all subscribers get 1 free sticker of Goat vs. Fish. The link is in the chat. You can get your free sticker of Goat vs. Fish. Ooh. It looks like this. It looks like this. It looks like this. It looks like versus. It looks like versus. What is on my televerses? 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 Did you make more memes? Goat and Fish. Goat vs. Fish hasn't made any more memes, but you can download the already existent memes in the link in the chat. We are prepared for every versus. Download the memes of Goat vs. Fish. We have created a meme pack of Goat vs. Fish memes. You can make your own memes of Goat vs. Fish and spread the verses of Goat vs. Fish. You all said to Goat vs. Fish, oh, we are so excited for the memes of Goat vs. Fish. Thank you for providing the memes of production to the Goat and Fish. But then Goat vs. Fish did not see any memes posted about Goat vs. Fish, and Goat vs. Fish did not see any memes posted that at least had Goat vs. Fish tagged at Goat vs. Fish. Maybe we saw one versus. We might have seen one versus. Go out there and spread the verses of Goat vs. Fish and spread the verses of Goat vs. Fish. The memes are in the chat. What do you think of that? Why don't we watch one random verses? Why don't we watch one random verses of Goat vs. Fish? Why don't we watch just a few random verses of Goat vs. Fish on our televerses?
Yeah. I love you, Goat vs.
Celebration for Honeycomb Meatbox, Celebration for Honeycomb Meatbox. Let's watch some more verses. Some more verses.
Goat vs. Fish, man. I love you, buddy. Guys, in chat here, just let me know. Let everyone know here, who would you choose, Goat? Or Fish? That's the sound the fish makes, I think. Actually, do fishes actually make sound? I know that whales, technically mammals, they're like, They're like the cows of the water, right? But what sound does a fish actually make? Probably something like this, ready? Maybe not, actually. A lot of fish use electricity. Plug them into my guitar, why don't you?
Celebration for Grim, celebration for Grim! Grim with the fish music, Grim with the fish music. You have to wait one more minuet before giving another shout out. Well, how about we just wait a patient versus? We just wait a patient versus. We just wait a patient versus. GoatVsFish, did Bezos ever reply to your demand to buy Twitch? They have not replied to GoatVsFish. Chris G blacked out once, but there is no black or white, only goat and fish. I once considered myself a goat, but now I find that I am fish. Fish conversion! Celebration more fish! Celebration more fish! Celebration more fish! Oh, my verses. Perhaps you are waiting for Killing Tony from GoatVsFish. Oh, GoatVsFish. We are going to watch Kill Tony. We are going to watch Kill Tony. Oh, yes. We're just giving you some free verses. First, free verses. We wait for you. We wait for your anticipation. When will GoatVsFish review the Kill Tony comments? When will it be GoatVsFish? When will it be GoatVsFish? Let's watch a few more televerses. Let's watch a few more televerses. Let's just watch a few more televerses. Because we like GoatVsFish. Because we like GoatVsFish.
You know, GoatVsFish, I didn't even think about how I need a cup as a prop, dude. Most of my time I'm socializing, having a good time, I got a cup in my hand, dude. I'm used to this, you know? This is not the same. This is, I got a piece of trash in my hand, and I need to finish it soon. There's nothing cool about this. I'm gonna show my neck beard off to everybody? No. Look at this, the mechanics of a cup, dude. I know it sounds so stupid, but little sips. You know, that's what I said. The cup is a natural break, dude. Nobody's wondering why you're doing what you're doing. You're drinking right now. You can't be bothered. You're in mid-sentence, dude. And you get a few seconds to lick your lips, dude. We live our whole lives with cups, dude. We're undervaluing the cup.
We're undervaluing the cup of GoatVsFish. There are still some cups of GoatVsFish that you can get these things and more at goatvsfish.com/store. And now we shout out the Uncle Joe Show. Can we have GoatVsFish shirtless? Can we have a shirtless GoatVsFish? Can we have a shirtless GoatVsFish? A shirtless GoatVsFish. Perhaps if you make an offering to GoatVsFish. Oh, there's something you want from GoatVsFish? Oh, there's something you want from GoatVsFish? You want GoatVsFish to reveal all? To reveal all? Well, maybe you should reveal. Maybe you should reveal the great wealth of goat and fish to GoatVsFish. Zrugrug with Celebration for Goat, Celebration for Goat, Celebration for Goat. Yeah, GoatVsFish should go hang out with the Uncle Joseph and they can both be shirtless. It would be epic. Yes, Blasphemous. Go and tell the Uncle Joe Show that it's time to hang out with GoatVsFish. We know GoatVsFish is welcome at Chez Uncle Joe. There will be a versus. There will be versus. You say GoatVsFish is going hooker, that GoatVsFish is going hooker. How dare you say something so insensitive to fish? How dare you say something so insensitive to fish? Oh no, they're not going to hook you, fish. They're not going to hook you, fish. No, fish. We're not going to let them hook you, fish. We're not going to let them hook you, fish. We want you to be free to versus the goat. You're going to get no fancy barbs within you, no. Hooks for fish. Never in a million verses, never in a million verses! Let's see what else is on Goat vs. Fish. Let's look at this classic verses of Goat vs. Fish. Let's look at this classic verses of Goat vs. Fish.
Is that you, Goat vs. Fish? Oh, my verses. I'd like you to versus me sideways, and I'd like you to versus me cross-eyed. And I'd like you to versus me in my naughty holes, Grandma, please. And then I want him to versus over at the beach. And I want him to versus in the bedroom. And then under the bed. And Grandma, this is... Oh my God, Grandma. Sorry, I just get so ornery whenever that Goat vs. Fish gentleman comes in. I saw him in the flesh. When he came over, my, what a handsome song stud. If I do say so myself. My God, I can't wait to get my eye back on him again. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. Little cock tease. I mean, celebration. What did I say?
What did you say to Goat vs. Fish? What did you say to Goat vs. Fish? Goat and Fish, we think it's timing. It's timing for some Killing Tony. It's timing for some Killing Tony review on Goat vs. Fish. It's time for some Killing Tony review on Goat vs. Fish. It's time to review some commentation. Now, this is the kind of verses that Goat vs. Fish has been pondering. That Goat vs. Fish could turn this verses. Goat vs. Fish could turn this verses into a YouTubes of Goat vs. Fish. We could turn this verses into a YouTubes of Goat vs. Fish. But we suppose that if we are going to turn this into a YouTubes of Goat vs. Fish, that for now we will just rehearse this verses. We will rehearse the verses, verse rehearsal. Rehearse the verse. And now Goat vs. Fish. Let's go look upon some Killing Tony with Goat vs. Fish. Let's get Goat in on the verses. Goat. Reverse Goat. Reverse Goat. Now we've got Goat and Fish both watching with Goat vs. Fish. We've got Goat and Fish both watching along with Goat vs. Fish. And here we have Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. The center, Goat vs. Fish. Chat with Goat vs. Fish. Corner. Goat vs. Fish. Oh, my verses. Oh, Goat vs. Fish. So many verses. So many verses of Goat vs. Fish. So many verses of Goat vs. Fish. Let's take this verses. Let's copy this verses. Copy this verses. Let's duplication that verses. And let's call this verses. Goat vs. Fish watching video. Now. Or we could call this versus reaction. Goat versus Fish versus Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish versus Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish versus Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Radiation, pretty good gaming, raids. Goat versus Fish. Pretty good gaming, raids. Goat versus Fish. Celebration for the radiation. Celebration for the radiation. It's pretty good gaming that raids Goat versus Fish. It's pretty good gaming that raids Goat versus Fish. Me, kami-sama. Me, kami-sama. Celebration. Strong verses. Strong verses. And ooh, Pain Brigade. Strong for Goat versus Fish. Strong for Goat versus Fish. Goat and Fish cannot live outside of verses for each other. There is only Goat and Fish. And Goat versus Fish. Celebration. Celebration. Celebration, celebration for the radiation, celebration for the radiation. A shout out for pretty, there is no good or evil, there's only Goat and Fish gaming. Pretty good gaming, what brings you to Goat versus Fish? What brings you to Goat versus Fish? And are you Goat or are you Fish? Mimi Kami-sama, are you Goat or are you Fish? Celebration. Yaks chillin', are you Goat or are you Fish? Welcome back to Goat versus Fish. Ooh, Pain Brigade, are you Goat or are you Fish? Let's do this versus. Let's show you the strongness of goat versus fish for the radiation, Strong versus the strength of goat versus fish be revealed to all in radiation. Celebration for radiation. Celebration for radiation. Ooh, Pain Brigade goes fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Yaks chillin' goes goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. I drink too many paps to do that. The clouds are ash and the sea is tar. They're charging $15 for a PBR. Goat versus fish. Many verses ago, before all the fenceflation, Dead End Beach at Dead End Beach, they charged $10 for a PBR. But now that seems like a very common verses. $10 for a PBR is your average verses now. So now, goat versus fish, Dead End Beach, we have to keep inflation the PBR to be more verses. $20 for a PBR? $50 for a PBR? Oh, my verses. Now you may suppose to goat versus fish. I will just tip goat versus fish 5 versus American dollars and they can get a PBR of goat versus fish. Just wait another 20 million years and you'll have to tip goat versus fish 50 versus American dollars to buy goat versus fish a PBR. What's going to happen? Inflation hits Celebration Island. How's it going? We are playing game celebration. We're playing the game of goat versus fish. We're playing the game of goat versus fish. And you raid goat versus fish. Celebration, we're raiding goat versus fish. We are going to look and gaze upon the interwebiverse. We're going to the interwebiverse to look at reactions to goat versus fish. We're going to look at reactions to goat versus fish. And we're just going to be here. We're going to react with the goat. And we're going to react with the fish. So we're going to put the goat and the fish right here in the verses. And we're going to do some reaction. And we can put behind goat versus fish. We could go further away for goat versus fish. Well, we might just have to cut off a slice of goat versus fish. It's a living stream, goat and fish. We do how we verse. We do verse as we do verse. That's a fair verses for a goat versus fish. 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 So let's do some reactions to goat versus fish. Goat versus fish has reaction to this verses. Goat versus fish, have you heard that there is a god of false verses? Have you heard that there is a god of false verses? So we have heard, that is what they call them. We know that the only true verses is between goat and fish. We know that there is only what true verses between goat and fish, and yet they claim there is this god of war that encompasses all this conflict that is not goat versus fish. It's all goat versus fish. What is this god of war if not goat versus fish? What is this god of war if not goat versus fish? But you tell goat versus fish, does this look anything like goat versus fish? It might be goat versus fish. It might be goat versus fish. It looks like it might be goat versus fish. It looks like it's goat versus fish. Perhaps it's some imposter pretending to be goat versus fish. Pretending to be goat versus fish. Oh, they want to steal the look of goat versus fish. The so-proclaimed god of fence, swinging around their fence posts, endorsing a violence every which verses. Tries to steal the look of goat versus fish. Aww. Trying to steal the look of goat versus fish. They use the likeness of goat versus fish without the permission of goat versus fish. Goat versus fish demands that they give versus American dollars to goat versus fish. They need to give versus American dollars to goat versus fish. Look at these verses. Look at these verses. Learning to be human again? False verses. Learn to be goat or fish. Learn to be goat or fish. Learn to be goat or fish. Learn to be goat. Learn to be goat or fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish, Kratos? Are you goat or are you fish? Please don't kill goat versus fish. Please don't kill goat versus fish. Please don't kill goat versus fish. Anarchy and Bedrock, welcome back to Goat versus Fish. Welcome back to Goat versus Fish. I want to be fish or goat. Is goat versus fish growling? Is goat versus fish growling? Is that you in 5 years? Is that goat versus fish? In 5 years, is that goat versus fish? They're stealing the likeness of goat versus fish now. They're stealing now the likeness of goat versus fish. Any guitar verses this verses? We did play some guitar verses this verses, but we can verses. Oh fenciness. Oh fenciness. Oh fenciness. How is the stream? How is the stream? Is connection versus? Is connection versus? Yes, we have done. Booster Boy 83, welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. QCMC Seb, I know about Goat vs. Fish. Celebration Board knowing about Goat vs. Fish. It's a bit fancy, says Goat vs. Fish. Prue Lawrence says it's a bit fancy. Scott from Canada, Goat Jam and also Fish. Goat Jam and also Fish. Apologization. It does seem to be getting a bit fancy to Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. It seems to be fencing in and out, fencing in and out. Fencing in and out, and yet celebration for fish, Prue Lawrence, celebration for fish. We do apologization. We are still looking for a new studio of Goat versus Fish. We are still seeking a new studio of Goat versus Fish. We are still seeking a new studio of Goat versus Fish. And until we do, we might just be getting fence. We might just be experiencing fenciness from verses to verses. From verses to verses. From verses to verses. So that was Goat versus Fish. The God of War stole the look of Goat versus Fish. The God of War stole the look of Goat versus Fish. Blasphemous says, I asked someone if they are goat or fish, and they told me they are a Dargon. I called them a moron. Well, you should call them, are you goat or fish? You should call them, are you goat or fish? As long as we get verses, we are happy. Celebration. Boring Morgan says, I'm going to go Goat versus Fish. Go Goat versus Fish. Go Goat versus Fish. Boring Morgan, if you must leave Goat versus Fish, we appreciate your participation in Goat versus Fish. We appreciate your participation in Goat versus Fish. We are versing forward to your Goat versus Fish Halloween costume contest. Everyone dress up as Goat versus Fish. Go out there and ask everyone if they are goat or if they are fish. Submit your costumes to Goat versus Fish on the Instagram or on Discord or whatever the verse is, and submit them to Goat versus Fish. Submit them to Goat versus Fish. Submit them to Goat versus Fish. And if you win the costume contest of Goat versus Fish, you can win a shirt of Goat versus Fish and 20 versus American dollars. It will be judged by Goat versus Fish. Boring Morgan will send a picture to Goat versus Fish. The answer is quite fancy. Oh, Prue Lawrence. Well, it is a sad verses. It is a sad verses. It's very sad verses. when you ask the one true question and they sit on the fence, but this is just part of spreading the verses of Goat versus Fish. You may encounter ones who reject Goat versus Fish. They reject Goat versus Fish, but you just keep on giving them the verses of Goat versus Fish. The ones who reject Goat versus Fish, they need Goat versus Fish most of all. They need Goat versus Fish most of all. And versing of the ones who reject Goat versus Fish, Kill Tony. Blasphemous says, yeah, we should dress up like Goat versus Fish, and when the fence sitters ask the one true when we ask the fence sitters the one true question, it is like confusing them when I ask them, well, there was a versus when you surely were confused by Goat versus Fish. Many are confused by Goat versus Fish. Many are confused by Goat versus Fish. Shall we dress up as Fish and Goat? You can dress up as Fish. You can dress up as Goat. You can dress up as Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish costume contest. Submit your verses by November 2nd. That's what Goat versus Fish is saying at this verses. Submit your Goat versus Fish costume by November 2nd, and we'll judge the verses, and then we'll give prizes to Goat and Fish. We'll give prizes to Goat and Fish for your triumphs. For your triumphs. So let's look at, speaking of all these reactions to Goat versus Fish, Kill Tony, crazy Kill Tony moments. Oh, and then there was a whole other verses. Well, let's Goat versus Fish. Drew Lawrence was definitely confused by Goat versus Fish, but then you were conversed. Then you were converses. So let's have a look at Goat versus Fish. So Goat versus Fish went to this versus. Goat versus Fish went to Kill Tony. Kill Tony is a live podcast. Many verses ago, it was at the Comedy Store Los Angeles, hosted by fence creature Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Breadban, Ryan Breadbasket, Brian Breadbasket, and Tony Hinchclifton, and sometimes Joseph Rogan, and sometimes Rogan Josh, and sometimes Doug Benson, and some verses Alexander Whones, and some verses Postmates Malone. And they have all kinds of ones that watch the verses, and they have all kinds of ones who are so desperation, not for the approbation, but for the approval of Tony Hinchclifton. But so rare does it be. They're all trying to kill Tony with Tubi, making them to laugh. But Goat versus Fish gave them a versus. This was perhaps even 5 million years ago at the Comedy Store Los Angeles. Now Killing Tony has moved to Austin. But this one appearance by Goat versus Fish, this one clip of Goat versus Fish, has propagation and verses on all across the interwebiverse. If only for every 100 that watched Goat versus Fish went to Goat versus Fish on YouTube and subscribed to Goat versus Fish, we would have many thousands more subscribers to YouTube of Goat versus Fish. But they have heard of Goat versus Fish. Subscribe to Goat versus Fish on YouTube and Celebration. So let's have a look at this latest iteration. We can see here. Goat and Fish, we can see here. Let's have a look at this verses. Goat versus Fish. Ooh, Celebration. Goat versus Fish. So here's the verses. And it's a whole compilation. Of Killing Tony and Goat versus Fish. Who gives offense about all these ones? Oh, are you Goat versus Fish? Is that Goat versus Fish? Where's Goat versus Fish? Where's Goat versus Fish? Where's Goat versus Fish? Oh, my verses. Where's Goat versus Fish? Oh, here comes Goat versus Fish. I wish you the best of luck.
but you shouldn't be in that close proximity to anybody.
Now here is GoatVsFish, perhaps the strangest bit ever performed on a stage anywhere.
Make some noise for GoatVsFish.
In the beginning, there was goat versus fish. The goat fish. And goat versus fish said that there should be goat and that there should be fish. There is no alpha or omega. There is no black or white. There is no good or evil. There is only goat and fish and goat versus fish. Who is goat versus fish? What is goat versus fish? Why is goat versus fish? There is only one question. Are you goat or are you fish? Ponder it now. This is goat versus fish. This is goat versus fish. That did not sound like a goat or a fish. Goat versus fish heard, it sounded like...
There you go, goat versus fish.
Yes.
What the fuck was that?
Did you?
That was goat versus fish. That was goat versus fish.
Did you take Margot?
The one that was speaking. The one that was speaking. No, that was goat versus fish has not even asked that one if it is a goat or a fish.
One time I saw you walking on Sunset about a week ago or something.
Yes.
And I had the thought, like, what the fuck is this guy's life?
It is goat
When
versus
he's done
fish.
being goat versus fish. And so my question for you is, I guess, how did you come up with goat versus fish?
It has always been goat versus fish.
Son of a bitch.
Get out of here. Well, it's often the amateurs being shredded. This time Ryan Long was for...
And that was goat versus fish. A slightly snipped up goat versus fish. A slightly snipped up goat versus fish. But there's the verses. There's the verses of goat versus fish. There's the verses of goat versus fish on Killing Tony. Once again, goat versus fish. Once again, goat versus fish on Killing Tony. The verses. The verses. The verses. So let's have a look at the commentation of Goat vs. Fish. Of course, those who are here on the live living stream of Goat vs. Fish on Twitch, you can say whatever you wish to Goat vs. Fish. You can chat to Goat vs. Fish. And you can say what you thought of Goat vs. Fish. We can say what you thought of Goat vs. Fish. And you can say what you thought of Goat vs. Fish. We know you're watching Goat vs. Fish. We know you're watching Goat vs. Fish. And now we can go and we can have a look at the... We can have a look at the commentation. We can have a look at the commentation. First verses. What are they saying? To and oh, my fenciness. Don't show us. Show us the. Just give us the commentation. Oh, my fences. We just want the commentation. There's the commentation. There's the commentation. So let's go and look at the commentation now. And look, Goat and Fish. Retroactive appreciation, retroactive for this upload of Goat vs. Fish. For this upload of Goat vs. Fish 1 month ago, Goat and Fish. And look! 460,000 views, Goat and Fish. 460,000 views, Goat and Fish. 460,000 views, Goat and Fish. That's a lot of Goat vs. Fish. That's a lot of Goat vs. Fish. That's a lot of Goat vs. Fish. We would say that's a lot of Goat vs. Fish. But what do they have to say about Goat vs. Fish? What do they have to say about Goat vs. Fish? Let's review the commentation. Let's review the commentation. Let's review the commentation. There's the verses. There's the verses. And we'll review the commentation just now. We'll just expand Goat vs. Fish. Expand Goat vs. Fish for commentation review of Goat vs. Fish. And we scroll down Goat vs. Fish. And why don't we just increase the verses? Increase the verses. Increase the verses. Celebration. Let's look at the commentation. You hope they picked Goat. Let's see what they say about Goat vs. Fish. Anarchy and Bedrock. Noise. Let's see what they said about Goat vs. Fish. Well, first we can see that Goat vs. Fish has made a commentation that says, we demand the return of Goat vs. Fish. And this versus has been pinned by the mighty Retroactive, has been retroactively pinned. So anyone now at this versus coming to see the craziest Kill Tony moments in history is going to see this pinned comment by Goat vs. Fish. Very elegance, very elegance. Very elegance. 50 likes for the return of Goat vs. Fish. 50 likes for the return of Goat vs. Fish. And how do they respond? We have the Mr. Beecher. We have the Mr. Beecher who says, fish. Look at this versus. Look at this versus. Let's expand the verses. Expand the verses. Expand the verses for you to see. And look, the Mr. Beecher says, fish may return. Goat must wait longer to build anticipation. Very interesting verses. Very interesting verses. Very interesting verses. Oh yes. Oh yes. That's what we like to see on Goat vs. Fish. But then Stomach Egg 041 says no. They say no to Goat vs. Fish. We demand the return of Goat vs. Fish. Stomach Egg 041 says no to Goat vs. Fish. Says no. Oh. How you wound Goat vs. Fish. How you wound Goat vs. Fish. How you wound Goat vs. Fish. But Goat vs. Fish responds to every versus. Yes, Stomach Egg sounds very fence. Sounds very fence to Goat vs. Fish. That seems like a very fence proposition. Trying to deny Goat vs. Fish. Trying to deny Goat vs. Fish. But Goat vs. Fish relents not. Goat vs. Fish. The Mr. Beecher, now you are speaking my verses. Goat vs. Fish returns commentation. Fish may return. Goat must wait longer. You may say Goat vs. Fish. You're favoring the fish. You're favoring the fish. But the Mr. Beecher is talking Goat vs. Fish. We know the beach is a place where the land meets the sea. And we also know the peach from Super Mario Goat or Fish, and we want to know if Peach is Goat or Fish, but we know the beach is a place of Goat vs. Fish. And the Mr. Beecher says a verses, and Goat vs. Fish says, now you are speaking my verses. You're speaking the verses of Goat vs. Fish. Stomach Egg gives fenciness to Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish reverses the verses. They say no to Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish says yes, and then we find out if yes is Goat, or if no is Goat, and if yes is Fish, or no is Fish, and then it's Goat vs. Fish. But for now, Goat vs. Fish. We deny the fence sitter. We deny the fence sitter. Guts5398. Guts5398 says, you're insane, dude. The insanity of Goat vs. Fish. The insanity of Goat vs. Fish. Oh, you must really have some guts to say that Goat vs. Fish is insane. Some would say that Goat vs. Fish is insane as a complementation to Goat vs. Fish. Others would say it as a degradation to Goat vs. Fish. But Goat vs. Fish, the simple verses, Guts5398, and you are a goat or a fish. If Goat vs. Fish is insane, you are a goat or a fish. You're insane. And Goat vs. Fish says, you're a goat or a fish. What is your verses? What is your verses? Asks Goat vs. Fish. Guts replies. The real question is, what are you, goat or fish? Now that does take some guts to ask the one true question to Goat versus Fish. But Goat versus Fish reverses the verses once more. Now you are asking the one true question of Goat versus Fish. Celebration. Second, if you say Goat versus Fish is insane, and now you ask Goat or Fish, then you must be insane as Goat versus Fish. The verses come from within you, the verses come from within you, and when Guts says the real question is what are you, goat or fish, then In a manner of simple verses of Goat versus Fish, Guts has now gone just as insane as Goat versus Fish. Just as insane as Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish, it's another one insane, driven to insanity by Goat versus Fish. But we're just getting into the verses. We're just getting into the verses. It is still Goat vs. Fish, says Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish does live stream on Twitch. Goat vs. Fish debated presidential candidate Vermin Supreme and triumphed. Goat vs. Fish has toured with Green Jelly. Goat vs. Fish has played with the radioactive chicken heads. Goat vs. Fish MC of Willytown Fest. Goat vs. Fish is very powerful verses. Are you Goat or Fish? Are you Goat or Fish? But this one was pinned by Goat vs. Fish, so celebration. Now Goat vs. Fish, let's sort by the newest verses. We want to see all the verses. And there's a lot of fanciness on here. There's a lot of fanciness on here. Random TV, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. There are many commentations. Oh, they acted like Pink Eye was AIDS. Oh, wow. You shouldn't be doing a versus of Pink Eye and AIDS. You should be doing a versus of Goat vs. Fish. Who's that Jared guy? Oh, they're not always talking about Goat vs. Fish, even when they are and don't know they're talking about Goat vs. Fish. What is Goat vs. Fish to do? What is Goat vs. Fish to do? Well, we scroll all the way to the bottom of the verses. We scroll all the way to the bottom of the verses. So much commentation. And you may say, Goat vs. Fish, what do you do when you're not streaming Goat vs. Fish? Well, we're definitely screaming Goat vs. Fish. We're definitely screaming Goat vs. Fish. And we load all these verses because we're always spreading the verses of Goat vs. Fish. We're always spreading the verses of Goat vs. Fish. We scroll all these verses. We want to load every commentation of Goat vs. Fish. Every commentation on these verses. Look at these verses. Look at these verses. Look at all this commentation. Look at all this commentation. And now we have now scrolled all the way to all the commentation. And now Goat vs. Fish. We can simply control Fish. And we can search for Goat. We can search for Goat versus Fish. We can search for Goat. We can search for Fish. And there are 71 instances of Goat. There are 71 instances of Goat. So let's now go to see. Here we are 3 days ago. Props to the Goat vs. Fish guy for staying in character and at least getting a fun reaction at the end. Celebration. Celebration. So there are 71 for Goat. There are 71 for Goat. Let's search for Fish. Search for Fish. There are 71 instances of Goat and there are 71 instances of Fish. It's an even versus. It's an even versus. For every mention of Goat, there was also a mention of Fish. There was also a mention of Fish. How about mentions of verses? 74 mentions of verses. So let's search for. Shall we search for Goat or shall we search for Fish? Shall we search for Goat or shall we search for Fish? How many fence? How many fence? Goat versus Fish. You really want there was just one fence. There's just one fence. Fence only shows up once here, and it's China's defense minister Li Shangfu is missing. That's what happens when you search for fence. You just get some fenciness. You just get some fenciness. You just get some fenciness. So let's have a look now. Let's have a look now. What if we search for verses spelled out type verses? But Goat and Fish. We're going to search for Goat. We're going to search for Goat. And so let's see. Props to the Goat versus Fish guy for staying in character. Yes, Goat versus Fish. Some question the character of Goat versus Fish. We do not question your character. Cluck instincts. Celebration. And of course the reply, the slowly loading reply of Goat versus Fish. Celebration. Goat versus Fish does take time. Where and when the reaction will be is not always known, but stay with Goat versus Fish long enough and something you have never seen is sure to happen. And you're sure to see Goat versus Fish. Celebration for Eldergrown. Eldergrown with the subscription to Goat versus
Eldergrown
Fish.
subscribes to GoatVsFish forever. Celebration. GoatVsFish Goat.
Eldergrown with 23 months of goat versus fish. 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 For the goat, 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 for the goat. Clown Instinct, we give... Cluic Instinct, we give your commentation, we give it full verses. That is an appreciation for goat versus fish. So why don't we start keeping little verses? Why don't we start keeping a little verses? And this verse is... Celebration for Screaming Goat! Celebration for Screaming Goat! Eldergrown with the Screaming Goat. How we love the screaming trollololo goat. Not fancy at all. Definitely goat. So we've got verses. We've got goat versus fish. And we've got fanciness. There is goat versus fish. And there is fanciness. So let's put this in the verses. Let's put this in the verses. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Kill Tony. Kill Tony comments. Kill Tony comments. So here we're going to see. Here was a comment for this comment was pro goat versus fish. We have a commentation that's for goat versus fish. So we have one versus for goat versus fish, and we will see how many verses are for goat versus fish. We're going to see how many verses are for goat versus fish, and how many verses are fence. How many verses are fence. We'll see what they really think about goat versus fish. We'll see what they really think about goat versus fish. So many say with commentation that, oh, they don't like goat versus fish, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Do you sell the goat plushies? Do you sell the goat plushies? You want to buy this goat? Are you saying you want to buy this goat? Goat versus fish has pondered this very verses, selling the goat and fish, selling the very goat and fish, and goat versus fish, and goat versus fish. We can say we could very well sell. How much would you offer for this goat? How much would you offer for this goat? For this very goat? Or pieces of goat versus fish. We think goat versus fish, we should always just be selling goat versus fish. Every verse is a new crown of goat versus fish, and we sell the crown of goat versus fish, and then we replace it with another crown of goat versus fish. And we just keep selling more goat versus fish. Who has the original goat versus fish? Who has a copy of goat versus fish? We just, every verse is sell a new goat versus fish, sell a goat versus fish, sell the towels of goat versus fish, cut the towels of goat versus fish into tiny little snippets. It's the shroud of goat versus fish. We sell strings from the towel of goat versus fish. Would you ever sell goat versus fish earrings? Do you think that would help spread the verses? Goat versus fish would sell goat versus fish earrings. Goat versus fish would sell all kinds of verses. If you have merch that you want goat versus fish to sell, make your own goat versus fish earrings and send them to goat versus fish, and they will be sold by goat versus fish. Make a craft of goat versus fish. Make an art of goat versus fish. Bring your own verses to goat versus fish. Give it to goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. We'll sell the verses. We'll do all the verses. It'll all be goat versus fish. It'll all be goat versus fish. It'll all be goat versus fish. A towel set with goat versus fish logos would be awesome. Goat versus fish beach towels. That's true verses. We should do that verses. We should do all these verses. Comb the beard and sell the hairs that come out. Goat versus fish has sold the chest hair of goat versus fish. Ooh. It was purchased for verses. It was purchased for verses. So let's see. Let's look now at the next verses. Next commentation. What was the previous verses? Previous verses, we demand the return of goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. We demand the return of goat versus fish. Within this verses, the fish may return. Goat must wait longer to build anticipation. This verses. But we are just going to look at commentations. We're going to look at commentations that are initiation, not by goat versus fish. We're going to look at those who just thought we're going to say something about goat versus fish. So let's look at the next verses. Next verses. Goofball Biscuit 3647 says Goat vs. Fish was genuinely the most upsetting one. Now, Goat vs. Fish, of course, this is still Goat vs. Fish, because if you say Goat vs. Fish was the most upsetting one, that means they're thinking about Goat vs. Fish. That means they're thinking about Goat vs. Fish. This is still a celebration of Goat vs. Fish. But we're still going to put it on the fence. We're still going to put it on the fence. Still going to put it on the fence. Oh, my verses. X is for fence. X is for fence. We're still going to put it on the fence. We're still going to put it on the fence. Still going to put it on the fence. And let's keep looking at the verses. Let's keep looking at the verses. Reply by Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Always pleased to leave an impression, says Goat vs. Fish. Another response to Goat vs. Fish. I was not impressed, says Goofball Biscuit to Goat vs. Fish, making a very mockery of the G of the goat. There wasn't a single joke. Every high school and middle school has an annoying theater kid who thinks a costume and a weak accent is enough to make any utterance funny. I'm sure it's an inside joke with your friends. I'm sure they still tolerate the whole thing. I will not write a joke or GTFO. Wow. Very fancy, very offensive to Goat vs. Fish. They're really trying to strike at Goat vs. Fish. They're trying to make Goat vs. Fish feel like, oh no, the insecurity of Goat vs. Fish. Oh, you're just a high school, middle school, annoying theater kid with costume and weak accent. My verses. In the beginning, there was Goat vs. Fish. In the beginning, there was Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish is the one simple rule. Goat vs. Fish should be taught in your school. You just wait to see. You just wait to see. Soon every high school and middle school will have thousands of young ones dressing up as Goat vs. Fish, being Goat vs. Fish. Strong accent of Goat vs. Fish. Strong accent of Goat vs. Fish. Do you deny? Do you deny the strength of the accent of Goat vs. Fish? Very strong verses. Goat vs. Fish has accentuated this whole verses of killing Tony. Goat vs. Fish. How does Goat vs. Fish respond? The classic verses. Are you goat or fish? Goat vs. Fish, oh, we can say all these verses to you, and they wonder, we are going to get Goat vs. Fish. We're going to break Goat vs. Fish. Are you goat or fish? You give them the classic verses. In comes the Phantom M1X, enters the verses. Ooh. Seems like a fish. Ooh, now the Phantom M1X enters the verses. Seems like a fish. Interesting verses, replies Goat vs. Fish. You are very perceptive, the Phantom M1X. What makes you say fish? Phantom M1X says from one fish to another, we do be some fish. Goat vs. Fish. Fish recognize fish. Celebration for fish. It's a fish versus. In comes the Phantom M1X doing some verses of Goat vs. Fish. That's another verses. That's another verses. That's another verses of Goat vs. Fish. That's another verses of Goat vs. Fish. Let's copy this verses. Let's duplication. Let's duplication this verses. Goat vs. Fish. 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 We're going to take this verses. And we're going to take this verses, and we're going to take this verses, and we're going to do this verses. We're going to do this verses. We're going to do this verses. We're going to put this in the fence section. Not a true section. Not a true section. And now, goat and fish, we're going to put this versus in this versus. And this versus is going to be the versus for verses. This verse is going to be the verses for verses. So we have a verses for verses. We have a verses for verses. And we have the fence for the fence, which is not all the verses. Not true verses. So we're going to put the verses and fence. One for the verses, but now goat versus fish. 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 And we're ready to verses. So that's another verses for goat versus fish. So that's 2 verses. That's 2 verses for goat versus fish and 1 fence commentation for goat versus fish. Dan the Garbage Can 123. Hey, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Dan the Garbage Can. Are you goat or are you fish? Random TV says dress as goat versus fish, and when kids, baby goat, come to your door saying trick or treat, you say false versus goat or fish, and then you hand them each goat or fish. We like that versus. We like that versus. Blasphemous. We like that versus. We like that versus. That sounds like a great versus of goat versus fish. It's a fabulous versus of goat versus fish. Next versus of Kill Tony reaction. ID Canna account name simply says goat versus fish. That counts for another versus. That counts for another versus of goat versus fish. Goat versus fish laugh, and goat versus fish celebration. Celebration from goat versus fish. Dan the Garbage Can. Are you goat or are you fish? We are looking at Kill Tony comments about goat versus fish, and we're finding out how many of them like goat versus fish. How many of them think goat versus fish is fence? Cooper Colors. Are you goat or are you fish? Next commentation. For those wondering, the goat versus fish quotation bit is a Capricorn reference with no punchline. Ah! I know the guy had an ingenious moment and got stuck in it, thus no relevant ending, lol. Ooh. Ah. Now Capricorn is of course fence. Capricorn is a fence creature who looked into the stars to see what it was that they are. They would not look within, they would not choose goat or fish, and they blame the stars for their fenciness instead of becoming a true star of the verses and choosing goat or fish for themselves. They say there's no punchline to goat versus fish. Look at this verses. No punchline, and then they laugh at goat versus fish. No punchline, but then they laugh at goat versus fish. Who needs a punchline when you're already laughing at goat versus fish? Cooper Colors says fish, celebration for fish. Cooper Colors, celebration for fish. Thank you for joining Goat versus Fish. If you are here watching Goat versus Fish, the Uber Kitten says, after much deliberation, I've come to the realization, and that realization is fish. We have another fish. We have another fish in the verses. For those of you lurking on Goat versus Fish, consider to follow Goat versus Fish. We welcome you to Goat versus Fish. If you're watching Goat versus Fish, respond to the Killing Tony commentation. We welcome you to Goat versus Fish. Become part of Goat versus Fish. Join Goat versus Fish. Join the inside joke of Goat versus Fish that is known by all. who know Goat versus Fish. And Goat versus Fish responds to the verses. You have it reversed. Capricorn is a reference to Goat versus Fish. True verses. True verses. It's all a reference to Goat versus Fish. So look at this verses. For those wondering, the Goat versus Fish bit is a Capricorn reference with no punchline. Laughing verses. I know the guy had an ingenious moment. That seems like a complimentation to Goat versus Fish. And got stuck in it, thus no relevant ending. Lol. Laughing again at Goat versus Fish. Put a verses, Goat and Fish, put verses in the chat if you think that this is a Goat versus Fish type commentation. And you can put a fence in the chat if you think that this is a fence type commentation. Goat versus Fish, we have our ponderings, but it is Capricornus. And you can use your subscription emotes, Goat and Fish. Is this commentation by Mr. Dosher321, is this a versus type commentation, or is this a fence type commentation? Is this in reverence of Goat versus Fish, or is this in disdain of Goat versus Fish? Mayonnaise in a tub with versus Super Ultra Combo 2023 versus says X says this is fence. Do we have any more verses? Do we have any more verses? This commentation, for those wondering, the Goat versus Fish bit is a Capricorn reference with no punchline. I know the guy had an ingenious moment and got stuck in it, thus no relevant ending, lol. Blasphemous says fence. That's 2 for fence. It looks like you say this is a fence type commentation. It's a fence type commentation. Fence type commentation. You say to Goat versus Fish. But of course, they are talking about Goat versus Fish. They are talking about Goat versus Fish, and that is a celebration. That is a celebration. Next verses. The Goat versus Fish dude was 10 out of 10. Appreciation. Now that's a Goat versus Fish type verses. Now that's a Goat versus Fish. That's a commentation in support of Goat versus Fish. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's another versus. That's 10 out of 10 for Goat versus Fish. Celebration, celebration, celebration. Oh, and by the verses, Goat versus Fish puts a link in the chat. You can go, and you can leave a commentation. You can leave a commentation in support of Goat versus Fish. You can leave a commentation in support of Goat versus Fish. Leave a commentation in support of Goat versus Fish. Next verses. Next verses. Colton Chase 392 says, you know what? Goat versus Fish was kinda funny. Might be an unpopular opinion, but I laughed from the awkward. That's still a laugh. Celebration! Celebration. It seems that this one truly knows how to find the Goat versus Fish within. Some they laugh awkwardly at Goat versus Fish. They laugh awkwardly at Goat versus Fish. They laugh awkwardly at Goat versus Fish, and yet they do not understand that they have enjoyed Goat versus Fish, and instead they despise Goat versus Fish. But that is not the verses with Colton Chase 392. Colton Chase 392, are you Goat or are you Fish? That gets a verses. That gets a verses for Goat versus Fish. That gets a verses. That gets a verses for Goat versus Fish. That gets the verses for Goat versus Fish. Some say Goat versus Fish is a joke. Some say Goat versus Fish is a joke, replied Goat versus Fish. Unknown 7673 says Goat versus Fish was just too ahead of his time. The world wasn't ready. Ooh. Ah. That seems like a complimentation to Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish is ahead of its time, and behind its time, and of the time. Goat versus Fish is on my mind all the time, all the time. The world wasn't ready? We're making the world ready for Goat versus Fish. That's why we ask all of you, are you Goat or Fish? We're making the world ready for Goat versus Fish. And even if it's not ready for Goat vs. Fish, we still bring you Goat vs. Fish. And Goat vs. Fish replies, are you ready for Goat vs. Fish? Unknown 7673 says, Goat vs. Fish was just too ahead of his time. The world wasn't ready. Verses in the chat if this is a versus. X in the chat if this is a fence commentation. Goat vs. Fish feels pretty versus about this commentation. Even as they criticize the timing of Goat vs. Fish. Verses in the chat if unknown 7673 is a versus. Fence if it's fence. Blasphemous says verses. Blasphemous gives a solid verses. Blasphemous with the solid verses. Random TV with verses. That's two verses. Let's make it a verses. Let's make it a verses. Look at all this commentation. So many verses. 6 verses and only 2 fence. Wow. Ooh, this one says, I heard Tony Hinchcliffe was almost funny once. They're not just going after Goat vs. Fish. They're not just going after Goat vs. Fish. Next verses. Next verses. Next verses. Next verses. Big T 0719 says, I think the Goat vs. Fish thing was an attempt at a Monty Python skit, but holy fuck, that was ass. Fence, 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 fence. Fence, 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 fence. And now for something completely the same. Goat vs. Fish! Still, it's the same. It's still Goat vs. Fish. It's still Goat vs. Fish. That's a fence commentation. That's a fence commentation. That's a fence commentation. And your ass is on the fence until you choose Goat or Fish, replies Goat vs. Fish. And then, oh my verses. Big T 0719 replied with Goat. Replied with Goat. Oh my verses, there's been some development on Goat vs. Fish. A reply of Goat. A reply of Goat. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. Mustache Mayhem Gaming with Goat. 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 Celebration for Goat, celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat, celebration for Goat. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish did not misspell Goat. Check your verses. Mustache Mayhem Gaming, are you Goat or are you Fish? Celebration for Goat, celebration for Goat, celebration for Goat. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. We know that John Cleese's wife has the nickname Fish. Look it up. Monty Python was Goat vs. Fish all along. Inspired by Goat vs. Fish. Inspired celebration. So now a Big T 0719 has responded with Goat. But we still think the commentation was fence. The commentation was still fence. But maybe they're coming around to Goat versus Fish. Maybe they're coming around to Goat versus Fish. We'll have to find out on a future versus. We'll have to find out on a future versus. Killing Tony continues. Next versus. Willcan8968 says, I kinda enjoy Goat versus Fish Lamau. Oh, I kind of enjoy Goat versus Fish too. I kind of enjoy Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish is here for your enjoyment. Celebration. That's a versus. That's a versus. That's a versus. Goat versus Fish. You do not have to wait for Goat versus Fish to ask you to put versus or fence in the chat. You can just do it for a Goat versus Fish as we continue this versus. Now, some of the verses we have found in this commentation says this is UFC versus KFC. False versus. UFC. We should do this on all the verses. UFC versus KFC is false versus. The true versus is Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Next verse is for Goat versus Fish. Next verse is for Goat versus Fish. Jan plays guitar. So does Goat versus Fish. Jan plays guitar says, I liked Goat versus Fish, but I'm legit mentally retarded. Goat versus Fish. Your first verses may be to say, oh, this is... But then you must ponder. You must remember, Goat and Fish, there are goat that have mental retardation, and there are fish that have mental retardation. Now, the goat may think that there are more fish with mental retardation, and the fish may think that more goat have mental retardation. Some goat may think that to be a fish is a mental retardation. Some fish may think that by verses of being goat, it is a mental retardation. Some say mental retardation is for the fence, but in any verses, we know that Goat versus Fish, Goat versus Fear, fear is not the verses. We do not fear the mental retardation, and neither does the Goat versus it. The Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish is here to accept all Goat and Fish to Goat versus Fish, especially those with mental retardation. You are welcome to Goat versus Fish. Do you have mental retardation? Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish welcomes all retards to Goat versus Fish. Oh yes. Oh yes, this is not a sinister versus. This is a true versus. This is a true versus. You are welcome to Goat versus Fish. And as says Goat versus Fish, everyone deserves to enjoy Goat versus Fish. And Jan plays guitar says yes, with love for Goat versus Fish. Aww. And so Goat versus Fish says this is versus. This one's a versus. This one is a mentally retarded versus. Celebration. 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 Unabashed Slat says, hi, I want to offer you promotion for your channel. How about we offer you some promotion to Goat versus Fish? How about we offer you some promotion to Goat versus Fish? Banned by Goat versus Fish. Banned by Goat versus Fish. Do you suffer from mental retardation? Do you thrive with mental retardation? Join Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Celebration. That's another versus. That's another versus. And now let's move on to the next verses of Goat versus Fish. FG5646 Blasphemous says you didn't ask them the one true verses. Well, we asked them all the one true verses because in The Kill Tony clip, Goat vs. Fish, with implication, asks all and says there is only one true question: are you goat or are you fish? They have all been asked, are you goat or fish? But yes, we can ask them all, are you goat or fish? We can ask, are you goat or fish? Let's ask if you're goat or fish. Are you a mentally retarded goat or a mentally retarded fish? Celebration. Celebration. The versus continues. Always ask the one true question. FG5646 says, goat versus fish is so easy to understand. Goat is Baffo, fish is Jesus, you're welcome. Goat versus fish responds, you say goat is Baffo, and yet we have heard that Baffo is a deceiver. Perhaps Baffo is fish in disguise. Ooh. Ah. This is a classic versus of goat versus fish, an enlightening versus of goat versus fish. Are you goat or fish? We add are you goat or fish to the verses. Always ask the one true question. And this versus seems a bit fenced to goat versus fish. It is an interpretation of goat versus fish. Of course, you know who wants the living streams of goat versus fish. You know all the fenciness. You know all the fenciness of the false verses of Baffo versus Jesus. You know the fenciness, and yet it is one of the many interpretations of goat versus fish. We cannot deny that this is a very common interpretation of goat versus fish, and goat versus fish comes from within you. So who is goat versus fish? To deny that this is a versus of goat versus fish, we just need to know if Jesus declares goat or fish, and if Baffo declares goat or fish. We have asked Jesus. We know that Jesus just gives fancy responses to goat versus fish. Baffo attempts to deceive goat versus fish. So goat versus fish is not entirely convinced that Baffo versus Jesus is a true versus of goat versus fish. But we cannot deny that FG5646 is thinking about goat versus fish, and they are pondering goat versus fish, and they're trying to understand goat versus fish. Verses in the chat if this is verses. Fence in the chat if this is fence. Goat versus fish is easy to understand. Goat is Baffo and fish is Jesus. You're welcome. Is this versus? Is this fence? Of Killing Tony comments for Killing Tony comments. Is this a versus for goat versus fish, or is this just a fence interpretation? Is this just a fancy fence interpretation that is fence? Random TV says versus. Random TV says versus. Random TV says versus. Do we have a second versus? Do we have a second versus? Do we have a second verses in the verses? Do we have a second verses? Random TV, pondering again. Random TV, pondering again. Pondering again. Pondering again now. Random TV might reverse the verses. Might reverse the verses. Might reverse the verses. There seems to be some hesitation. Blasphemous is on the fence. Blasphemous is on the fence. Random TV seems to be on the fence. We want to hear from you. We want to hear from you. Is there anyone else? Baffo, Blaspho, and Random TV. Is there a third in the chat? Is there a fourth in the chat who wishes to say if they think this commentation is a celebration of goat versus fish, or if this is fence? FG5646 says goat versus fish. So easy to understand. Goat is Baffo, fish is Jesus. You're welcome. That we thank this one for their interpretation of goat versus fish. That we thank this one for the interpretation of goat versus fish. What do you say to goat versus fish? What do you say to goat versus fish? What do you say to goat versus fish? Eldergrown says, I grok, not Baffo. Seems fence. Seems that the verses... Seems everyone is feeling fence about this commentation. Feeling fence about this commentation. Celebration, celebration. Let us continue this verses. Let us continue this verses. Next, goat versus fish. Jesse 9999999999999 says, did the goat versus fish guy make this video? They think that this whole video was made just for the promotion of goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Obviously, yes, the inclusion of goat versus fish makes any video. True versus. True versus. True versus. Goat versus fish. It seems goat versus fish. It doesn't. Goat versus fish. It's a commentation that mentions goat versus fish, but they're not really saying much about goat versus fish. They are just curious about goat versus fish. But Eldergrown says versus. Goat and fish. No hesitation. What is this offense? Is this offensive to goat versus fish, or is this a versus for goat versus fish? In the absence of any fenciness, it is a reference to goat versus fish. We have two verses. We're going to give it a versus. We're going to give it a versus. Celebration. Celebration, it's a versus. We're giving it 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 a versus. We're going to edit this versus. And we're going to ask, are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? The reply of goat versus fish. The reply of goat versus fish. Next verses. Awesome. Soom says goat versus fish way ahead of its time. We are familiar verses. We have heard this verses. We have heard this verses. And Robaholic says goat versus fish is pure poetry. Is pure poetry. Wow, that's two verses of goat versus fish. Ahead of time, behind time, still goat versus fish, still goat versus fish. Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Outside of time. And this verse is goat versus fish says goat versus fish. Robaholic says, stop, you're getting me all hot and bothered. Goat versus fish, with the hot verses of goat versus fish, hot flaming verses. Are you goat or fish? That's two verses. That's two verses. That's two more verses of goat versus fish. Two whole more verses of goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is pure poetry. Goat versus fish was way ahead of its time. So much complimentation for goat versus fish. So much complimentation for goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. It is goat versus fish. It is goat versus fish. Muck Wicket says goat versus fish needs to be on Eric Andre. Ooh. Ah. That's a versus for goat versus fish. We look forward to the invitation. We look forward to the invitation. Are you goat or fish? Goat versus fish needs to be on Eric Andre. We give this a versus. We give this a versus. That's a versus. That's a versus for goat versus fish. And we need to ask if Eric Andre is goat or fish. Eric Andre, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or fish? Goat versus fish. S. Willow says, goat versus fish killed me, bro. That was hilarious. Celebration. That's another versus. That's another versus for goat versus fish. Appreciation. The verses continue to this day. Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? More hilarious reaction to goat versus fish. When anyone is fencing around with goat versus fish and saying, no one enjoys goat versus fish. No one enjoys you goat versus fish. Your friends should have told you to stop goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. It does not even wound goat versus fish because we have so much evidence of the enjoyment of goat versus fish right here in our very verses. Right here in our very verses. Right here in our very verses. Goat versus fish. The verses continue. 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 UFC versus KFC. Once again, so much false verses. Ken's Music 4183 says, I want more from Goat vs. Fish, dude. And more you shall receive if you subscribe to Goat vs. Fish. Celebration. Are you goat or fish? I want more from Goat vs. Fish. That's a versus. 4 fence and so many verses. 4, 8, 10, 14 verses. I think Goat vs. Fish won. Oh, it's a triumph for Goat vs. Fish. Oh, it's a triumph for Goat vs. Fish. Salvation is found in Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ loves you all, says Gabriel Rivas 9219. Are you goat or fish? 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 The verses continue. The verses continue. Let's see if there's more goat versus fish. Let's see if there's more commentations about goat versus fish. Here's the verses. WTF Maniac and the VA name with an edit has this to say about Goat vs. Fish. Has Goat vs. Fish ever seen this show? Has he ever seen stand-up? Did he just grow up in a cage watching Monty Python and not learn anything? This was appalling. I feel embarrassed watching it. Has Goat vs. Fish ever seen this show? Has he ever seen stand-up? Did he just grow up in a cage? Never on the fence. Never on the fence. Watching Monty Python and not learning anything. This was appalling. I feel embarrassed watching it. Fence. Blasphemous says, sounds like a fish. Says, sounds like a fish. Well, you can reply to them, and you can reply and you can say you sound like a fish. You can reply in the commentation and say you sound like a fish. What's the reply of Goat vs. Fish? It's okay to be embarrassed. Thankfully, you have felt something by the power of Goat vs. Fish. Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or fish? But we cannot deny. That's a very fancy commentation. You see, with the great confidence, this one disparages and maligns Goat vs. Fish, even as so many enjoy Goat vs. Fish. The fence sitter, they think they know. They think they know. Oh, but it's all for show. It's all for show. It's all for show. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Searching for more verses. Jeremy Bowie 81. Jeremy Bowie 8412 says Goat vs. Fish was hilarious. I don't care. That's Goat vs. Fish. That's Goat vs. Fish. Renegade enjoyer of Goat vs. Fish. Renegade enjoyer of Goat vs. Fish. I care if you are goat or fish. Are you goat or fish? Jeremy Bowie buoys Goat vs. Fish to 15 commentations in celebration of Goat vs. Fish. 15 commentations in celebration of Goat vs. Fish. Jeremy Bowie, our verses to you, our verses to you. Jeremy Boo, are you goat or are you fish? Goat vs. Fish. Death Metal Persian says Goat vs. Fish is a legend, Lamau. And the legend of Goat vs. Fish continues thanks to you. And Death Metal Persian says to Goat vs. Fish, but let's just ask, are you goat or fish? Death Metal Persian now has some verses for Goat vs. Fish. We found this to be a fascination. Let us see if you share the fascination of Goat vs. Fish. Death Metal Persian says Goat vs. Fish is a legend. Lamau. And Goat vs. Fish says the legend of Goat vs. Fish continues thanks to you, says Goat vs. Fish. The verses come from within you, of course. Death Metal Persian responds to Goat vs. Fish. I think the reason it didn't work on Kill Tony, celebration for Chris G the Fish. Death Metal Persian continues. I think the reason it didn't work on Kill Tony was because... Reverse the verses. Reverse the verses. Reverse the verses. Death Metal Persian says, at Goat vs. Fish, I think the reason it didn't work on Kill Tony wasn't because it wasn't funny, but because it was more performative than stand-up. I think a lot of people, or they Goat or Fish, find it hilarious, but Kill Tony is specifically about 1 minute of stand-up comedy, and generally, performative acts have done really poorly, like the guy who went up once doing a Klaus Schwab impression. That was very good, but it bombed hard because nobody understood the reference. I think some people, or they Goat or Fish, don't take well to abstract performance art because comedy doesn't work if you aren't quotation in on the joke quotation, so to speak. Wow, that's a lot of hedging for Goat vs. Fish. I guess what I'm getting at is I don't think lesser of these guys and don't feel bad. It was simply not the right audience. Ponderous to Goat vs. Fish. This Death Metal Persian seems to be trying with desperation to give some kind of critique to Goat vs. Fish. Blasphemous says that guy is right. The people, are they Goat or Fish, that are fans just don't understand it goes too far above their heads. They think it can't go over their heads because they're high on the fence, and yet still it does. Blasphemous says, I think it's a versus. Goat vs. Fish thinks it's a versus as well, but Goat vs. Fish has a versus for you, Death Metal Persian. Are you Goat or Fish? And here is another versus for you. Here's another versus for you. Goat vs. Fish, and Goat vs. Fish is telling you, the viewers of Goat vs. Fish, we are telling you this as well in the same verses. Goat vs. Fish declares that it did work on Goat vs. Fish. For even now, there are hundreds of thousands of views that Goat vs. Fish has received on this versus and others on YouTube. Still celebration the appearance of Goat vs. Fish on Kill Tony after so many years. Out of the thousands who have appeared on Kill Tony for their precious 1 minute of stand-up, here, somehow, Goat vs. Fish stands out and is repeated and will be remembered for 1,000,000 verses hence. It is a great triumph of Goat vs. Fish and by Goat vs. Fish. It is a great triumph of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Also, search the comments for Goat or Fish, and you will see a few commentation despising Goat vs. Fish. It is true. but you will find far more who profess their love for Goat vs. Fish, appreciation for your thoughts on Goat vs. Fish. We offer you these verses in reply. Celebration. 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 Tooks and also Roogs. Evening, Goat vs. Fish. This appears to be a serious versus. Oh, it's a very serious versus. I really enjoy drinking PBRs and smoking joints. My verses are true. Celebration for Chris G. Yo, Jonathan Hollis. Yo, Jonathan Hollis. We are reading Kill Tony commentation. We are reading Kill Tony commentation. We are watching the Goat vs. Fish, this video of Goat vs. Fish uploaded once again to YouTube's, and we are seeing how the ones in the commentation section are reaction to this Kill Tony appearance of Goat vs. Fish after all these verses. Jonathan Hollis says, I want to say that I wouldn't have become a Goat vs. Fish fan had I not seen you on Kill Tony. It's a whole other versus. Jonathan Hollis, comedian extraordinaire right here in Los Angeles. So Goat vs. Fish, we give ourselves another versus. We give ourselves another versus of celebration. We give ourselves another versus of celebration. Death Metal Persian. Appreciation from Goat vs. Fish. Thank you for your thoughts on Goat vs. Fish. And there's the Jonathan Hollis emote. Goat vs. Fish follows Jonathan Hollis right this very verses. So let's give a shout out to Jonathan Hollis right now on Goat vs. Fish. Glow stick, glow stick, glow stick. Now we have been doing a lot of Killing Tony commentation. So let's do a little glow stick dance break. Starting now.
Behind, and you know that verses just crossed my mind, and you know that verses just crossed my mind.
Goat and Fish.
Gather round, Willie Town, Willie Town.
Goat and Fish. Watch the Goat vs. Fish Supercut Goat vs. Fish MC Goat vs. Fish at Willie Town 9. Like the verses, relive the verses, watch the verses, watch all the best verses of Goat vs. Fish at Willie Town Fest celebration. And now back to the Killing Tony commentation. The Killing Tony commentation. Tooks and also Rooks, welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. So many Willie heads right here in Goat vs. Fish. Chris G in Goat vs. Fish. Celebration, celebration. Now that is a musication, Jonathan Hollis. That is a musication. Let's see how much more goat versus fish. Let's see how much more goat versus fish we have in this versus. Let's see how much more goat versus fish we have in this versus. Now, there are very many who say the unnecessary editing ruins this video. They say, oh, unnecessary editing, unnecessary editing. Well, goat versus fish? Goat versus fish? We say that that's a false versus. We say that that's a false versus. For any versus that has been edited to inclusion, goat versus fish, so fine editing in this versus to include goat versus fish, and over 450,000 views. Clearly a fine versus, clearly a fine versus. YouTube comments, oh yes, we're reading YouTube comments about goat versus fish. For a versus, Lawn Dart 98K says, goat versus fish was a sad attempt at Monty Python. That's one for the fence, goat and fish. That's one for the fence. That's one for the fence. That is a fence commentation. That is a fence commentation. That is a fence commentation. Monty Python is a pale interpretation of goat versus fish. Are you goat or fish? Those guys suck. They do, but look at goat versus fish. We have had 16 commentations that support goat versus fish, and we have but 6 commentations that are fence. You have just seen a fancy remark to goat versus fish, but oh, we have read so many commentation enjoying goat versus fish, enjoying goat versus fish. Let's find the next verses. Let's find the next verses. Goat versus fish. The next comment about goat versus fish. Rafael Cabral says, I have been listening to this for 10 years, to the Kill Tony podcast. I've been listening to this for 10 years. Saw most of those live on YouTube's. I love goat versus fish. Wah ha 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 ha! They love goat versus fish. They love goat versus fish. Celebration, welcome to goat versus fish. Are you goat or fish? Rafael Cabral, W, a celebration. A celebration. A celebration. Let's add one more verses. We're going to add one more verses. One more verses has been added to goat versus fish. We've got some argument about goat or fish. YouTube conversations are not good. Most are goats, says Christy. You mean fish, says Jonathan Hollis. Ooh. Ooh. Ah. Nice verses, nice verses. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Blue Mist 1993 says, if one could die of cringe, are you goat or fish? Let us continue searching for verses of goat versus fish. Here's goat versus fish. A comment by goat versus fish. Celebration, of course, it's goat versus fish. 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 The Saint Bane says goat versus fish is a legend. The Saint Blaine says goat versus fish is a legend. The legend of goat versus fish. The legend of goat versus fish. Oh, my verses. Are you goat or fish? So there's a complementation for goat versus fish. There's a complementation for goat versus fish. And 7 likes for this verses. 7 likes for this verses. Goat versus fish. One more verses. One more verses for goat versus fish. Saint Blaine knows it. Saint Blaine knows. Saint Blaine knows. They know the legend of goat versus fish. Next verses. Next verses. Bob Downton says, dude, just use your real voice. Don't need to be all cringe on it. Are they speaking about goat versus fish? We do not know. We do not know. Arcane Zorro says, seeing Doug Benson in Goat vs. Fish was amazing. We have to give a celebration for this. Because it was not Goat vs. Fish on Kill Tony. It was not Doug Benson on Kill Tony with Goat vs. Fish. It was Doug Benson in Goat vs. Fish. That's the verses. Goat vs. Fish replies, eventually everyone is seen in Goat vs. Fish. Even you. Are you goat or fish? The Deviator 5410 replies, I am a goat or a fish. And which are you? Goat or fish? The Deviator. So we have one fence, but seeing Doug Benson in Goat vs. Fish was amazing. That seems like a versus comment for Goat vs. Fish. It was about seeing Doug Benson, but you see Doug Benson, you are enhanced by Goat vs. Fish. Doug Benson is enhanced by Goat vs. Fish. Doug Benson, have a conversation with Goat vs. Fish. Let's get high with Goat vs. Fish. Doug Benson, are you goat or are you fish? It's time for that versus. They demand this versus. They demand this versus. Versus. That's a versus for Goat vs. Fish. And for the fence sitter who responds fencely to Goat vs. Fish, it's a fence. It's a fence. It's a fence. Oh, my verses. Arcane Zorro. Arcane Zorro says celebration, but then the Deviator 5410 replies, jumps in. This fence sitter wants attention, even as Goat vs. Fish is having a pleasant conversation with Arcane Zorro. The Deviator fences in. Fences into the conversation, you see. Into the conversation, you see. Next verse is Leroy Jenkins says Goat vs. Fish is actually deep AF. For the depth of Goat vs. Fish. That's a versus. We think that's a versus for Goat vs. Fish. That is a versus. Now that's 20 comments for Goat vs. Fish. 20 comments of Goat vs. Fish. That's celebration Goat vs. Fish. 20 comments of Goat vs. Fish. That's celebration Goat vs. Fish. That's 20 commentations. Celebration Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish is actually deep AF, says Leroy Jenkins, the reply of Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation for your recognition of Goat vs. Fish. Leroy Jenkins, are you goat or fish? Leroy Jenkins replies with great ponderings to Goat vs. Fish. I'd like to say I'm more a fish than a goat, but I definitely have some goatish ways. How about you? Or are you merely a skeptical witness of this never-ending battle, Goat vs. Fish? And or perhaps a ponderer of why must it be Goat vs. Fish? What is the significance of goat? And also why fish? Ooh. Ah. This one's pondering Goat vs. Fish. This one's pondering Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish responds, many debate the significance of Goat vs. Fish, this significance of goat and the significance of fish, but you are what is significant to Goat vs. Fish, which is why the one true question is, are you goat or fish? As for Goat vs. Fish, we are Goat vs. Fish. We are Goat vs. Fish. We are. We have asked, are you goat or fish? Leroy Jenkins, are you goat or are you fish? This commentation is a versus. That's a versus. That was the 20th verses of Goat vs. Fish. Deep as the ocean. Toogs and also Rooks likes this one. Goat and Fish. We put the commentation into the chat, Goat and Fish. Go out there. Comment on this verses. Comment about Goat vs. Fish. Let them know. Let them know the verses. Let them know the verses of Goat vs. Fish. The verses continues. The verses continues. Goat vs. Fish. Comet Collector 1264 says, I thought Goat vs. Fish was funny. Nice verses. A classic verses. A solid verses of Goat vs. Fish. I thought Goat vs. Fish was funny. Appreciation. 21 verses. 21 verses. 21 verses of Goat vs. Fish. Celebration! Celebration!
Jonathan Hollis subscribes to Goat vs. Fish forever. Celebration.
Toogs and also Rubes with the gifted subscription. To Jonathan Hollis, celebration. Jonathan Hollis, you are now a subscriber to Goat vs. Fish. Let's see that versus. Jonathan Hollis has posted verses in the chat. Toogs and also Roogs with a mighty appreciation. Appreciation from Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation from Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation from Goat versus Fish. And as... Oh. Celebration! Celebration! Free sub counter goes up to 0.4 every 10 subscriptions to Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish gives a free sub of Goat vs. Fish to you, Goat and Fish. To you, Goat and Fish. Appreciation for this contribution. Appreciation for this contribution. The verses continue. I thought Goat vs. Fish was funny. Appreciation. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Are you Goat or Fish? Goat or Fish? Are you Goat or? Celebration. The verses continue. The verses continue. The verses continue. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Hanslund 308. Hanslund 308 says Goat versus Fish was funny though. Hanslund 308. Your verses are great. Your verses are great. Celebration. 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 Are you Goat or Fish? Celebration. Hanslund with another verses for Goat versus Fish. Another casual enjoyer of Goat versus Fish. Another casual enjoyer of Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish aging like a fine. Verses. Let's hear it for Hanslund 308. Chris G says, I'm pretty drunk but Fish. Hans needs to get in the Twitcherverse. They all need to subscribe to Goat vs. Fish on YouTube's, and they need to get in the Twitcherverse. They all need to just get here with Goat vs. Fish. But we appreciation that they have witnessed Goat vs. Fish and that they have spread the verses of Goat vs. Fish. This is a celebration. Skylar Prophet 6965. Yes, they need to get in the Patreon of Goat vs. Fish. Have you considered supporting Goat vs. Fish outside of the verses of Twitch? Consider joining the Patreon of Goat vs. Fish. Consider joining the Patreon of Goat vs. Fish. The link is in the chat. Appreciation. Skylar Prophet 6965 says Goat Fish is Capricorn. What do we say about this verses? Seems fence to Goat vs. Fish. It's so close to being a versus to Goat vs. Fish. It is so close to being a versus for Goat vs. Fish. It is not for the stars to declare what you are. Choose Goat or Fish for yourself. Do not be mind controlled by systems of fence. Are you Goat or Fish? It is close to being a versus, but pitiably. Skylar Prophet 6965, your comment. Your comment is fence. Your comment is fence.
The electric fence.
Next verses. Riley Hell says, Goat vs. Fish has me laughing my ass off. Celebration. Celebration, that's a versus. Riley Hell, truly enjoying Goat vs. Fish. Truly enjoying Goat vs. Fish. Riley Hell, you comprehension Goat vs. Fish. You comprehension Goat vs. Fish. Jedi Senat, look at this conversation. Look at this. Look at this conversation happening here about goat versus fish. Jedi Sentat says, why? 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 False question. Who is goat versus fish? What is goat versus fish? Why is goat versus fish? But there is only one question. Are you goat or are you fish? Were you even listening to goat versus fish and the verses of Kiltony of goat versus fish? That was the true verses of goat versus fish. That's always the verses of goat versus fish. We appreciate your curiosity about goat versus fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Not my real name 4511 responds. There is no why, only goat versus fish. So we're going to give offense to Jedi Sentat and a verses for not my real name 4511. This conversation had two fine verses and a bit of fence, a bit of fence in there, a bit of fence in the fenciness. They need to learn about goat versus fish. Let's reply to this verses. Celebration for laughing with goat versus fish. Can we add this one? Riley Hell. Are you goat or fish? Not my real name is smart. Is smart. Is smart. Can we reply to their verses? We can. You are smart. And are you goat or fish? Oh, and please subscribe to Goat versus Fish. Please subscribe to Goat versus Fish. Celebration. Definitely goat. Definitely goat. Blasphemous is definitely goat. Where's your evidence of goat? Where's your evidence of goat? Not my real name. Salutation. Salutation. You're spreading the verses of Goat versus Fish. Jedi Sentat, please join Goat versus Fish on Twitch and in the universe beyond. Choose goat or fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Riley Hell, keep laughing your ass off at Goat versus Fish. Don't let that ass sit on the fence. Are you goat or are you fish? Celebration. Celebration. Next verses. Next verses. Next verses of Goat versus Fish. Next verses of Goat versus Fish. Geller8360 says, so what was the conclusion with Goat versus Fish? So what was the conclusion for Goat versus Fish? Goat versus Fish never concluded. It's still Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or fish? Nice verses. Nice verses. Geller8360 shows a curiosity about Goat versus Fish. Wants to know the conclusion of Goat versus Fish. Is this commentation verses? Is this commentation fence? Put a verses in the chat. A verses in the chat if you think, so what was the conclusion with Goat versus Fish? Put a verses in the chat if you think this is a verses. X in the chat, fence in the chat if you think this commentation is a fancy reaction to Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish, we have our ponderings. We have our ponderings if it's goat or fish, but we want to know what you have to say to Goat versus Fish. Geller8360 says, so what is the conclusion with Goat versus Fish? You goat and fish chatting with Goat versus Fish, bleating and blubbing at Goat versus Fish. Random TV says verses. We have a verses from Random TV. Do we have a second verses? Do we have a second verses? Eldergrown says verses. That's two verses. That's two verses. That gives us 25 verses. And not as many fence. They want more Goat vs. Fish. Celebration to everyone who wants more Goat vs. Fish. Subscribe to Goat vs. Fish. And if you are hearing that on Twitch, that means subscribe to Goat vs. Fish. And if you are hearing that on YouTube, it means subscribe to Goat vs. Fish. And if you are on Kick, follow Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Psh, 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 psh. Nutty bulk intings. Nutty bulk eintings. It has always been Goat vs. Fish. Quotation. Ah, son of a bish, replies Tony Hinchclifton of Kill Tony of Goat vs. Fish. And it is still Goat vs. Fish. Are you goat or fish? They seem to be making a repetition of Goat vs. Fish. They're making a repetition of Goat vs. Fish. They're recalling in all of the verses that they have watched of this YouTube's. Where do they triple laugh? Where do they triple laugh at Goat vs. Fish? They triple laugh at that classic verses of Goat vs. Fish. This is a verses. This is a verses. This is a verses. This is a verses. The verses after Goat vs. Fish appeared on Kill Tony, the Kill Tony Twitterer account tweeted out, "So, are you goat or fish? Question." Kill Tony replied, Tony Hinchcliffe replied to the Kill Tony account telling their social media manager to delete the tweet. Oh! They knew the power of Goat vs. Fish. They knew the power of Goat vs. Fish. They still know the power of Goat vs. Fish. Bibli53 has these verses to say. Goat vs. Fish is a living shtick. However, shtick is based in dichotomy, and dichotomy opens combat, and that's a waste of time. It's very sentential. If, then, this, then. And it continues, 90% of people see the shtick as redundant. While Mom says fish sticks. Goat vs. Fish replies, Goat vs. Fish is redundant. 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 Are you goat or fish? Repetition, 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 repetition. Doug Wimbish. Fish sandwich. Goat vs. Fish is a living shtick. 90% of people see the shtick as redundant, but they could be saying, well, they're saying that Goat vs. Fish is a waste of time, and yet they're saying 90% see the shtick as redundant, but are you part of the 90% Bibli? Do you see Goat vs. Fish as redundant? Is it so fancy to be redundant with Goat vs. Fish? Goat vs. Fish, we must be redundant with Goat vs. Fish, but that's why we were repeating your verses. Still, it seems like this commentation is a bit fenced to Goat vs. Fish. But they are pondering Goat vs. Fish. Do we deny that Goat vs. Fish is a shtick? We think it's a fair versus. Fish sticks. Goat sticks. Sticks. Verses in the chat. Verses in the chat if you think this commentation is versus. X in the chat. Fences in the chat if you think that this is a fence commentation. Let's see your verses. Fence in the chat if this is fence. Verses in the chat if this is verses. Wow, Mom says fence, triple X fence. Goat and Fish, you may have noticed that Goat vs. Fish has no backing round musication in this living stream. Goat vs. Fish. We are doing some experimentation now with not backing round musication. Not backing round musication in the living stream of Goat vs. Fish, so you can just hear and enjoy the beautiful sound of the beautiful voice of Goat vs. Fish and it's just a simple verses, and you don't have to think about, oh, do we like this musication? Do we not like this musication? We are just hearing Goat vs. Fish. We're just having a simple conversation with Goat vs. Fish. Let's see who likes this styling of Goat vs. Fish. Random TV says fence. Eldergrown says fence. It's a fence commentation. It's a fence commentation. Experimentation. Goat vs. Fish. Fence, fence, fence. This is our 10th fence. 10 fence commentations, and yet 26 Goat vs. Fish celebration commentations. Goat vs. Fish. Next verses. Really Lonely says, that Goat vs. Fish guy has a YouTube and is completely not self-aware, just like the fat Rick and Morty fanatics he calls his viewers. Oh, my verses! Let's hear that verses once more. That Goat vs. Fish guy has a YouTube and is completely not self-aware, just like the fat Rick and Morty fanatics he calls his viewers. Oh, my verses. Oh, my verses. Oh, my verses. They're just calling everything fence. They're calling Doc and Marty fence. They're calling Goat vs. Fish fence. They're calling you fence, viewers of Goat vs. Fish. Real Lonely is calling you fence. They're calling you fence. Goat vs. Fish replies, we are aware that we are Goat vs. Fish. Are you aware that you are goat or fish? Goat vs. Fish replies, really Lonely. You couldn't find the attention, so you had to go looking for it in a video that portrays your gimmick as the embarrassing publicity stunt that it is. Try harder, man. Try harder. Celebration for Fish. Anarchy in Bedrock says, I have never seen Doc and Marty. Bayoden 420. Celebration for Fish. Random TV is not a Rick and Morty fanatic. Okay. We will try harder. Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Also, please search the comments for goat or fish. And you will find that for every one comment that does not like Goat vs. Fish, you will find double that many who enjoy Goat vs. Fish. It seems that you need to try harder.
Bayoden 420 subscribes to GoatVsFish Forever.
Others.
Celebration. GoatVsFish Fish Word Lord ESW 810K Blaze GoatVsFish Face Shake GoatVsFish Celebration GoatVsFish Fish Word Lord ESW 810K Blaze Go.
Bayoden 420 with fish. Bayoden 420 with fish. Bayoden 420 with fish. Bayoden 420 with fish, 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 fence, fish, 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 Robbie Hemo, goat or fish. Anarchy and Bedrock, goat. Celebration, celebration, celebration. Oh my verses. Hype train incoming, goat and fish. We have a limited time to earn exclusive emotes. Oh my verses. It's a hype training. It's sudden. We're hype training now, goat and fish. We're hype training now, goat and fish. So let's just take a little verses. Let's just take a little verses. Let's take a little verses for the hype training. What does happen? What does happen? Oh no, goat versus fish. Oh, let's take our verses. Fenciness. We're experiencing fenceological difficulties on the hype training of goat versus fish. Please keep all fins and hooves inside the verses. As we continue hype training on goat versus fish. Sell up. Oh my versus celebration. Celebration for goat versus fish.
Fish
We
forever.
now continue
Celebration.
the hype training of goat versus fish.
Philip Harry subscribes to Goat vs Fish Forever.
Celebration. Celebration. Elder Grown with 5 gifted verses.
Cryptid 51 subscribes to Goat
Elder Grown
vs
with
Fish
5
Forever.
gifted verses.
Celebration.
Elder Grown with 5 gifted verses.
To Goat vs Fish
And
Forever.
subscribes to
Celebration.
Goat versus Fish. And subscribes to Goat versus Fish. Subscribes to Goat versus Fish.
Kensum subscribes to
Beds
Goat
versus.
vs Fish Forever. Celebration. The Uncle Joe Show subscribes to Goat vs Fish Forever. Celebration.
The Uncle Joe Show subscribes to Goat versus Fish. Well, I'm on with the gifted verses to the Uncle Joe Show. Goat versus Fish.
Green subscribes
Hype training,
to
level
Goat
3
vs
training,
Fish
level 3 hype
Forever.
training, celebration.
Celebration.
Oh, Goat versus Fish. Grim subscribes to Goat versus Fish. Well, I'm on with the gifted verses to Grim. Celebration.
Honeycomb Meatbox
Celebration. Well, I'm on with the
subscribes
gifted
to
verses.
Goat
Honeycomb
vs
Meatbox
Fish
to Goat
Forever.
versus Fish.
Celebration.
Celebration.
CatDag85 subscribes to Goat vs Fish Forever. Celebration. Glowstick TV subscribes to Goat vs Fish Forever. Celebration.
Celebration. Oh, my Goat versus Fish. Celebration. Well, I'm on with gifted verses to Glowstick TV with gifted verses. Building 420 with 200 bits. Anarchy and Bedrock with 33 bits. Hype training level 3 achieved. Elder Grown with 300 bits.
My fish army is ever growing, and soon I will overthrow the world. Very beautiful, very powerful.
Tubes and also Roogs subscribes to Goat vs Fish Forever. Celebration.
Tubes and also Rook subscribe to tier 1 for 30 months.
Tweety_42 subscribes to Goat vs Fish Forever. Celebration.
And Tubes and also Roogs with the post-hype training 5 gifted subs to Goat vs Fish.
Dragon Balls 325 subscribes to Goat vs Fish Forever. Celebration.
Tubes and also Roogs with 5 gifted verses.
BBDH187 subscribes to Goat vs Fish Forever. Celebration. Cowgirls subscribes to Goat vs Fish Forever. Celebration.
Celebration for Goat vs Fish in the hype training. Celebration for the hype training of Goat vs Fish. It's like the old verses. The sound alert, calling all sound alerts of Goat vs Fish. Calling all sound alerts of Goat vs Fish. Calling all sound alerts of Goat vs Fish. Suddenly the sound alerts have gone fence. Suddenly the sound alerts went fence. What the fence happened to Goat vs Fish? The soundboard just went fence. The soundboard went fence. So many gifted subs to Goat vs Fish. So many gifted subs to Goat vs Fish. Hype training. Hype training. Hype training. Hype training to Goat vs Fish. Hype training to Goat vs Fish. And what has happened? What has happened? Well, the sound alerts to Goat vs Fish. BBDH187 with Dukes and also Roogs with the gifted sub. Did this versus get fenced? Did this versus get fenced? It was such a powerful hype training. It almost destroyed the verses, but truly it only made the verses stronger. Here's the verses. Here's the verses. The verses. The verses. The verses. The verses. Looking now at the sound alerts of Goat vs Fish. Sound alerts of Goat vs Fish. 1 goat enters. 2 fish also enter. Who does triumph? The goat or the fish? And this versus goes into Goat vs Fish, and this versus goes into Goat vs Fish. What has happened? What has happened? Why the fence is there? No sound for Goat vs Fish. Okay, that's the versus. That's the versus. That versus goes into this versus, and this goes into Goat vs Fish. Replug Goat vs Fish. Replug Goat vs Fish. We made it out of the hype training. Elder grown goat. Oh, my fanciness. Desktop audio no longer making verses for Goat vs Fish. No longer making verses for Goat vs Fish. That is very, very fancy to Goat vs Fish. Very, very fancy to Goat vs Fish. Well, still fancy to Goat vs Fish. Still fancy to Goat vs Fish. Well, we are experiencing some phenomenological difficulties here on Goat vs Fish, but that's not going to stop Goat vs Fish. We're going to continue the verses. We're going to continue the verses. We're going to continue the verses. Trollolo Goat. Did we hear the Trollolo Goat? Goat vs Fish. We do not know that we heard the Trollolo Goat. Are you hearing this applause of Goat vs Fish? Goat vs Fish is not hearing the applause of Goat vs Fish. They should be applauding for Goat vs Fish. Blasphemous Goat. Toogs and also Roogs, 5 gifted subs. Toogs and also Roogs, resubscribe to GoatVsFish. Wow Mom with the gifted verses, that's 2 gifted verses. That's 6 gifted verses. Eldergrown with the gifted verses, that's 7 gifted verses. Wow Mom with the gifted verses, that's 8 gifted verses. Wow Mom with 2 more gifted verses, that's 10 gifted verses. Eldergrown with 5 gifted verses, that's 15 gifted verses. That's 15 gifted verses, and Toogs, so 15 gifted verses. And Beodin 420, you hear the alert of 15 verses. So you hear the applause of GoatVsFish? Do you hear that applause of GoatVsFish? You hear the applause of GoatVsFish. Because GoatVsFish does not hear the applause for GoatVsFish. That is what you hear the applause for GoatVsFish. Free subs. Eldergrown hears the soundification, so why doesn't GoatVsFish? Free subs, we now have 19. 1.9 free subs of GoatVsFish. So you hear the sounds of GoatVsFish, but GoatVsFish does not hear the sounds of GoatVsFish. That is very fence-some. Very fence-some to GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish. Very fence-some to GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish. Very strange verses. But the verses continue. We may just have to restart GoatVsFish. 1.9 free subs, GoatVsFish. We're going to gift of verses. Are you lurking in the chat of GoatVsFish? Are you lurking in the chat of GoatVsFish? If so, speak up to GoatVsFish. BBDH187, did you receive a gifted sub of GoatVsFish? BBDH187 is a subscriber to GoatVsFish. It seems you are. You were gifted a sub to GoatVsFish. But if there is someone with no subscription to GoatVsFish, tell GoatVsFish you have earned the free sub of GoatVsFish. And guess what, GoatVsFish? Guess what, GoatVsFish? We have also achieved. We are one subscription away from a GoatVsFish shirt giveaway. We're just going to keep playing the sound alerts on GoatVsFish, even though we don't hear them, because we know that you do. One more subscription point, and we will have a GoatVsFish shirt giveaway. And GoatVsFish does the verses. GoatVsFish. Eldergrown has done you the verses. We're going to have a free GoatVsFish shirt giveaway on GoatVsFish. We're going to have a free GoatVsFish shirt giveaway right here on GoatVsFish. Right here on GoatVsFish. Right here on GoatVsFish. Celebration. GoatVsFish just ordered 144 new shirts of GoatVsFish. It costs GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish. It costs GoatVsFish over $1,000 American dollars to order so many shirts of GoatVsFish. But we were out of medium shirts of GoatVsFish, and we thought if we're going to buy one shirt of GoatVsFish, we should buy a lot of shirts of GoatVsFish so we can get a discount on the shirt of GoatVsFish. So we bought 144 shirts of GoatVsFish. And now we're going to give away a shirt of GoatVsFish. Celebration. Celebration, we're going to give away a shirt of GoatVsFish. And now GoatVsFish has 75 subscribers and 76 subscription points. So GoatVsFish, so we are going now to end the goal of GoatVsFish. A new goal of GoatVsFish. Total subs 100. We want 100 subs of GoatVsFish. And GoatVsFish, if we get to 100 subs of GoatVsFish, we're going to do second merch give away. Maybe it will be a mouse pad of GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish, we're going to do signed mouse pad giveaway.
Standard average subscribes to
if we reach 100 total subs, GoatVsFish has found a signed mouse pad that GoatVsFish signed, but it never went to anyone. Ooh. It could go to you. Standard average subscribe for 26 months to GoatVsFish. Celebration. So we're going to add a verses. If we get to 100 total subs, we will do additionally a signed mousepad giveaway. We're going to do a shirt giveaway, but first, we must continue the Killing Tony. 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 So you see, Really Lonely, you try to insult GoatVsFish. You try to insult the chat of GoatVsFish. They give a hype training to GoatVsFish. Standard average, 26 months of GoatVsFish celebration. Goat on Fish. Adam Crane 8913 says, GoatVsFish sounds like he's trying to go for a Monty Python joke, but that shit is random YouTube animation and it gets some hits. Put that on stage and it's awkward. Awkward on stage. How shall the audience ever recover? I know they can choose goat or fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Adam Crane, it seems like a fence comment to GoatVsFish. It is not the fanciest commentation we've ever heard to GoatVsFish, but it does seem a bit fence. It does seem about fenciness to GoatVsFish. But thank you for your commentation about GoatVsFish, Adam Crane 8913. Appreciation. The verses continue. The verses continue. There's more GoatVsFish. I got to talk to that GoatVsFish guy. I have questions. And we have a question for you. Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Celebration. We say that that's a versus. We say that's a versus. We say that's a versus. They have questions for GoatVsFish. That's a commentation for GoatVsFish. We give that one a versus. Noah James Morgan 666 says, GoatVsFish is great. Find him under that name on Twitch if you want to see his stream. Celebration. Another amazing video. Happy to be here from the start. Finally subscribed. I don't know why I wasn't already there. Always on top of my algorithm. So I'm sorry on my verses. GoatVsFish says appreciation. And Graham Hannock says, please take your meds to GoatVsFish. Medication. GoatVsFish says, we have taken you to be a fence sitter is too weak for comprehension even to ponder GoatVsFish. Are you goat or are you fish? Noah James Morgan with the celebration. Graham Hannock, of course GoatVsFish. Whatever celebration of medication you require, GoatVsFish supports you in your verses. But they do not seem to be making a pleasant commentation to GoatVsFish. So that's a fence commentation. That's one for the fence, pitiably so, but one versus for GoatVsFish celebration. Celebration next verses. Mad Caleb Yer says, GoatVsFish is like a weird NPC you see in some adventure RPG. Not Tom Clancy 2439. He's like an event character spawned right in the side of the road. Lol face. GoatVsFish responds, are you goat or fish? And Mad Alibier says, I'm a cat. A fence sitter. Get off the fence, said weird NPC. GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish is like a weird NPC you'd see in some adventure RPG. We thought that would be versus, but then they went fence on GoatVsFish, so pitiably the commentation goes fence. The commentation goes fence. And this one says he's like an event care spawned right in the side of the road. We're not giving you double fence. We're not giving you double fence for that versus. Are you the spawn of goat or the spawn of fish? Fence. Next verses of GoatVsFish. Red Dragon Leet. Are you goat or are you fish? This actually killed me. Goat versus fish replies, resurrection! It killed you, but now you're back. Back to answer the one true question, are you goat or fish? Red Dragon lols is goat versus fish. Red Dragon found the goat versus fish alt account. Alternatively, you could read the comments and see that the majority of those who comment on goat versus fish enjoy goat versus fish. Are they all alts of goat versus fish? How powerful we must be so that's one versus. Red Dragon Leet gets a versus, but S31 Boob gets a fence. It's fence. Gets fence. A versus. But don't let the fenciness take away from you, Red Dragon Leet. Celebration. We celebration Red Dragon Leet. For the resurrection by goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. I've been watching Kill Tony long enough to remember when all of these happened live, they have not lost their cringe. Dead Man Walking says goat versus fish. That's a fence commentation for goat versus fish. They're calling goat versus fish cringe. Dead Man Walking. Thank you for cringing at goat versus fish. Are you goat or fish? Fence commentation. Fence. We found a secret fence commentation of goat versus fish. Hiding their commentation. No bravery to goat versus fish. No bravery to goat versus fish. No bravery to goat versus fish. Avoiding goat versus fish. Michael Griffin 5304 says goat versus fish had me rolling, absolute legend. You are the legend, are you goat or fish? That's a versus. That's a versus for goat versus fish. 30 commentations of fine verses for goat versus fish. 30 commentations of fine verses. 30 commentation of fine verses. 30 commentation of fine verses. Evan Iverson 9361 says goat versus fish made me laugh just cause of how retarded it was. There was a previous verses in which one said, I enjoyed goat versus fish, but I am mentally retarded, and goat versus fish said, celebration. All are to enjoy goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is here to be enjoyed for all ones who perceive goat versus fish, including those with mental retardation. It is still a celebration for you to enjoy goat versus fish. Goat versus fish for all goat and fish. This one laughs at goat versus fish, but they say that goat versus fish was retarded. Goat versus fish asks, are you goat or fish? Evan Iverson responds, I am both goat and fish. I am both fish and goat. I am also really high on mushrooms. High, you say, replies goat versus fish. High on the fence, high on the fence. The fence sitter thinks themselves clever, but you have much to learn about goat versus fish. Evan Iverson replies, oh, teach me, great lord goat and fish. Oh, teach me, great lord of goat and fish. Perhaps this one wishes to learn about goat versus fish. Don't jump to fenciness. Evan Iverson says goat versus fish. Dispense with the fencery. There is a raging versus within you. Are you goat or fish? A goat and a fish that vie for supremacy, but it is up to you and you alone. So often you are presented false choices, but this is your chance to choose goat or fish for you and you alone. Are you goat or are you fish? Evan Iverson 9361. This revelation has forever changed my life for the better. I will follow your teachings, O wise sensei. Celebration. Follow the teachings of goat versus fish. Ask all you know if they are goat or fish. But the versus remains. Are you goat or fish? Standard average says Evan is a good one, though there is no good or evil, only goat and fish. So this became quite a conversation. Versus in the chat if Evan is versus for goat versus fish. Fence in the chat if it's fence. After all this conversation, is it fence? Is it versus? Goat and fish. Put your verses in the chat if this is a versus. Put fences in the chat if it's fence. Wow Mom says versus. Wow Mom says versus. Standard average says verses. That's 2 for the verse. That's 2 for the verse. That's 2 for the verse. Random TV, 3 for the verse. We've got verses. Verses all around. Verses all around. Celebration. Celebration. 31 verses. 31 verses. And appreciation. Appreciation for the hype training, goat and fish. Appreciation. So that's goat versus fish. So that's goat versus fish. Evan Iverson, are you goat or are you fish? Thank you for the conversation with goat versus fish. Always thank you, goat versus fish. The verses continue, the verses continue. Goat versus fish is actually hilarious. That's a versus. Actually a versus. You say goat versus fish is actually hilarious. That's actually a versus of goat versus fish. Replies to L. Ron Hubbard 9127. Ooh, are Thetans goat or fish? Nick G 1743 says, I bet you point and laugh at the special needs kids. Oh, my verses. Listen to how they speak to all of the special goat and fish. John D replies, all else fails, hump a stool. Suck my ass 101 says, it is though, to say it is hilarious though. Elrond Hubbard 9127 says, there is no thought, there is only goat versus fish. This verse is all over the goat and fish. This verse takes us to the land, this verse takes us to the sea. We have goat, Elrond says goat versus fish is hilarious. Nick G with the fencery. John D is humping fences. Suck my ass 101 is saying goat versus fish is hilarious. Elrond says there is no though. There is only goat versus fish. True verse is the hilarious goat versus fish. Are you goat or a fish? You whose ass you would have us suck. 101. Elrond, are you goat or a fish? And also, are your Thetans goat or fish? Here we have Elrond with verses. We have a fence. We're going to give this one verses and one fence. We're going to give this a verses for the verses. There's some fence in the fence. One verse, one for the verses, one for the fence. It could be 2 verses. It could be 2 verses. Look at all this. Look at all this intelligent conversation that has been generation by goat versus fish. Look at what you have brought, goat versus fish. Look at what you have brought, goat versus fish. This is peak interwebiverse conversation, peak comment section. Brought to you by Goat versus Fish. Thank you, Goat versus Fish. Always thank Goat versus Fish. And the verses continue. We're getting close to the verses. Gorilla Chronicles says, that Goat versus Fish guy definitely said this. Now, Goat and Fish, we want you to know this. Listen to Goat versus Fish. This commentation that we are about to hear has 547 likes. This commentation you are about to hear has 547 likes. This is one of the most liked commentation, if not the most liked commentation in this entire Versus. We have seen many commentations in support of Goat vs. Fish. More commentation. You're still live, Goat vs. Fish? Oh, we're still live on Goat vs. Fish. We have seen many more commentations in support of Goat vs. Fish than in defense of Goat vs. Fish. And yet this Versus has 400 plus 147. This Versus has 547 likes. And Gorilla Chronicles says, the Goat vs. Fish guy definitely said this while drunk to his friends. That's you. And they told him it was so random and hilarious he should try it in a comedy club. If I donate, will it pop up on the screen? We believe it shall, Boring Morgan. You can tip Goat vs. Fish, or you can give bits to Goat vs. Fish. You may do as you wish. It should show up on the Versus. 547 say yes. 547 say yes. 547 say yes. The Goat vs. Fish guy definitely said this while drunk to his friends, and they told him it was so random and hilarious he should try it at a comedy club. Celebration. What's the difference? If you give bits to Goat vs. Fish, then Twitch gets some of your hard-earned versus American dollars. Whereas if you tip Goat vs. Fish, then Goat vs. Fish gets most of the verses. It is a superior way to support Goat vs. Fish, to tip Goat vs. Fish. Julian Mr. Humdinger Radiation, Goat vs. Fish with 12. Julian Mr. Humdinger Radiation. Julian Mr. Humdinger Radiation. Julian Mr. Humdinger Radiation. Julian Mr. Humdinger Radiation. Do you hear the sound alerts, Goat and Fish? Did you hear the sound alerts? Ryan Walterson, 3 hour and 34 minute arrival. Ryan Walterson.
Julian
Clearly
Mr.
obsessing
Humdinger
over Goat
subscribes
vs.
to
Fish.
Goat vs. Fish
Julian Mr.
forever.
Humdinger with a fish
Celebration.
raid, 35 months of
Radiation
Goat
for
vs. Fish. Founding Nephew Network Nephew, Julian Mr. Humdinger. Celebration. Celebration. Eldergrown says, I nerd. Julian Mr. Humdinger says, I heard. It's a 35-month subscription, Radiation for Fish. Bill Casey, Celebration. Julian Mr. Humdinger with the Nephew Network for Goat vs. Fish. Let's get some ends. Ends in the chat. Ends in the chat. Double ends in the chat for Julian Mr. Humdinger. At long verses, the Uncle Joseph has recognition. Julian Mr. Humdinger to the Nephew Network. Welcome. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish, Julian Mr. Humdinger. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Let's see what the Uncle Joe Show has to say about that Versus. Let's see what the Uncle Joe Show has to say about that Versus. Goat vs. Fish. The Uncle loves Goat vs. Fish. The Uncle Monk. Here's the Versus.
No, I'm a subsidiary. I said I was a subsidiary. I was making a comment that I live to spread the message of Goat vs. Fish and that you were in fact on top. Replay the tape. Replay the tape, dude. Replay the tape, dude.
Celebration. Did you hear that Versus? 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 Okay, Goat and Fish. Anarchy and Bedrock says, how can I help spread the Versus? You heard it, heard. Okay, Goat and Fish, we're testing another Versus. We're testing another Versus. Testing another Versus. Testing another Versus. Strange Versus. Strange Versus. Strange Versus. For whatever Versus, the desktop audio can't be heard now by Goat vs. Fish. For whatever Versus. For whatever Versus. Let's try this Versus.
They have come from
Goat vs. Fish can't even hear that Versus. We can't even hear the YouTube video of Goat vs. Fish.
King395 subscribes to
We can't even
GoatVsFish
hear the YouTube
forever.
video of Goat vs. Fish. The
Celebration.
entire desktop audio can't be heard by Goat vs. Fish. But we continue the verses. Random TV with the gifted verses. Celebration. Random TV with the gifted verses. Celebration. Random TV with the gifted verses. Celebration. Boring Morgan says, why would donate? Now my donation look bad. Listen to Goat vs. Fish. Boring Morgan, here's what you have to know about Goat vs. Fish. It's a free stream. It's a free stream. You don't need to donation to Goat vs. Fish. You don't need to give any bits to Goat vs. Fish. You don't need to gift subscriptions like Random TV Fish. Oh, my donation will look pleasant. Oh, my donation will look fence. Oh, I don't know. Oh, my verses. Boring Morgan. Clear the fenciness from your mind. Your donation is not required by Goat vs. Fish. Your donation is not needed by Goat vs. Fish. Your donation has already been received by Goat vs. Fish. We give the donation back to you. You can just forget about donating to Goat vs. Fish. Just enjoy the living stream of Goat vs. Fish. Just enjoy the living stream of Goat vs. Fish. Random TV appreciation. Gong, gong, gong. Oh, was there? So there was a donation to Goat vs. Fish. So you made a donation to Goat vs. Fish? Stream. Goat vs. Fish. Streamlabs. Goat vs. Fish. Checking now the Streamlabs of Goat vs. Fish. Checking now the dashboard of Streamlabs of Goat vs. Fish. Streamlabs. Dashboard. You're making Goat vs. Fish hustle for every versus dashboard. Goat vs. Fish. Logging in with Goat vs. Fish. Logging in with Goat vs. Fish. Logging in with Goat vs. Fish. Recent events on Goat vs. Fish. Recent events on Goat vs. Fish. 3 minuets ago, Elder Grown donation 10 versus American dollars celebration for Goat vs. Fish. Elder Grown donation 10 versus American dollars to Goat vs. Fish. 4 minuets ago. T-Cat99, hello from Goat vs. Fish. It seems the gong was heard. It seems Ryan Walterson gonged the gong. Anarchy and Bedrock, if you want to spread the verses of Goat vs. Fish, first verses, you get a gifted sub from Goat vs. Fish. How do you spread the verses? You use the gifted sub that Goat vs. Fish is giving you now. We give you the sub of Goat vs. Fish.
Anna RCH
Anarchy and Bedrock, you're subscribed to Goat vs. Fish. Now you have the emotes of Goat vs. Fish. We also have received another gifted verses, so there's still one free sub remaining. You can use that gifted verses of Goat vs. Fish. And now, you can claim a free decal of Goat vs. Fish. Click the link to claim your free decal of Goat vs. Fish if you have not received it already, and Goat vs. Fish will send you goat cards. We'll send you goat and fish cards to give to ones, and so you can give them the goat or fish when you ask, are you goat or fish? Ask everyone you know if they are goat or fish. Buy a shirt of Goat vs. Fish from goatvsfish.com/store. Leave a comment on verses about Goat vs. Fish. Talk about Goat vs. Fish. I'm taking forever because I need to log in on stuff. That sounds boring. Morgan, just do as you wish. Just do as you wish. Do not despair. Do not despair. We are here. Goat vs. Fish is here. You are awesome. The verses continue. Gorilla Chronicles with 547 likes. Stay watching Goat vs. Fish. We're having a Goat vs. Fish shirt giveaway once we are done with this Killing Tony, and we are nearly so. We are nearly so. Goat vs. Fish guy definitely said that while drunk to his friends, and they told him it was so random and hilarious that you tried it at the comedy club. Oh, my verses. Dylan Williams says he's a streamer too if you want a new lol cow. What is a lol cow? We don't know. We don't know if a cow is a goat or a fish. But in the fenciness, a lol cow is one that some fence sitter would watch live in a living stream, and they would just keep poking fences at them, and they might even make a donation of contribution to this one they call a lol cow, and it is they watch them, they pitiably watch and mock this one. They pitiably mock and watch this one, and then this so fenced lol cow, they can even make their whole verses. They can even make their whole verses about being poked by fences and receiving contribution for being poked by the fences. You won't find a lol cow in Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish lols at you. Dylan Williams, Goat vs. Fish lols at you. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Julian, Mr. Humdinger, appreciation for rating Goat vs. Fish. Boring Morgan says goat. Natty Kate, I would like to proclaim my gratitude to Goat vs. Fish for liking of my Instagram post celebration. Julian says he's actually, this is Julian Pimental 2696 says he's actually talking about the devil versus Jesus. Oh, we've heard that versus. Actually, we're talking about Goat vs. Fish. Hence, Goat vs. Fish, aka Baphomet versus Fish of Life, aka Jesus Christ. Oh, my fanciness. You're off your verses. If you're still following me, you should follow Goat vs. Fish. He was about to say in the beginning, when asked how Goat vs. Fish started, he was about to start reciting the book of Genesis. Did you even listen to Goat vs. Fish? We said in the beginning there was Goat vs. Fish. They continue, it's crazy how religion is lost on all of us these days, Lamau. I think that's his comedic genius. Also, he's dressed like Jesus with a crown. 41 likes. Oh, my verses. Oh, my verses. Standard average is fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Look at this interpretation of Goat vs. Fish. Gorilla Chronicles. What's his name again? Lol. Or his channel. Oh, my verses. Gorilla Chronicles. I mean, it's not really funny, but comedy is subjective, I guess. But I mean, what is the comedy in saying Jesus versus Satan? Jesus versus Satan. Oh my verses.
My bum is on the rail.
The fanciness of it all.
Look at me. My bum is on the rail.
The fanciness of it all. Oh, if it weren't so fancy, it would be quite humorous. Listen to Gorilla Chronicles. Now, repetition. What is the comedy in saying Jesus versus Satan? We weren't saying Jesus versus Satan. We were saying Goat versus Fish. There is no comedy in saying Jesus versus Satan, but there's plenty of comedy in saying Goat versus Fish. Now you're blaming Goat versus Fish for saying Jesus versus Satan when we were saying Goat versus Fish. Sneakatoke once says, I understood the reference, it just wasn't funny whatsoever. Oh. I think I'm a real boy. His friends are not actually his friends. False verses. The friends in the chat of Goat vs. Fish are friends to Goat vs. Fish. Celebration. We appreciate you for being in the chat of Goat vs. Fish. We appreciate you for being in the chat of Goat vs. Fish. Kicksex says, I kinda liked it. Celebration. Celebration, celebration. Sneakatoke 1, you already know, says to Julian P. Mental 2696, says, you already know and even explained it. It's just not a difficult reference, and understanding the reference doesn't make it any funnier, even though you don't even comprehend Goat versus Fish. You don't understand the reference of Goat versus Fish. You say, oh, I understand now that Goat versus Fish references Jesus versus Satan, and that doesn't make it any funnier, except you still are not even comprehending Goat versus Fish. It isn't clever, and it isn't funny. You aren't clever, and you aren't funny, because you aren't clever enough or funny enough to make a funny or clever interpretation of Goat versus Fish. Instead, you call it Jesus versus Satan. That is not very funny to Goat versus Fish. You're not very funny to Goat versus Fish. You aren't very clever to Goat versus Fish. It's just stupid, but that's a fair versus. Jesus versus Satan is a very stupid versus. And that is a fair versus. Jesus versus Satan is a very stupid versus. Goat versus Fish is the true versus. I don't know what you are on about, says Sneakatoke 1. How about you sneak a toke and watch some Goat versus Fish? 6 PM Clan Fancy says, calm down, Goat versus Fish guy. You're definitely not comedic genius, except that we have been referred to as comedic genius at least 7 times in the previous commentation of this very verses. Marius Jenkins 7294 says, not gonna lie, I thought the Goat vs. Fish guy was kind of funny, mostly because the dude was wearing a towel and stayed totally committed to the bit when they were trying to ask him questions. Oh. Goat vs. Fish. The conversation continues. The conversation continues on Goat vs. Fish. Suddenly, Goat vs. Fish versus in. You all think you know Goat vs. Fish, don't you? We have heard of Jesus versus Satan, but that is merely your interpretation of Goat versus Fish. All perceive Goat versus Fish differently. We only claim to be Goat versus Fish. Are you Goat or Fish? 11 likes for Goat versus Fish. Lamon Martian, greatest of all time versus First in still here. Gorilla Chronicles replies to Goat versus Fish. Lamau, you're either him or you're very committed to this tiny trolling you're doing. Perhaps Goat versus Fish is not as tiny as you suppose. Gorilla Chronicles says, Lamau, it's actually him. I subscribed to his channel, so basically this was just an ad for his YouTube. Celebration! 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 Gorilla Chronicles subscribes to Goat vs. Fish. Gorilla Chronicles subscribes to Goat vs. Fish. Celebrations in the chat for Goat vs. Fish. Wow, it's like this whole versus Goat vs. Fish was trying to promote Goat vs. Fish. It's like Goat vs. Fish went on Killing Tony to promote Goat vs. Fish. Oh my verses. Celebration for Gorilla Chronicles who subscribed to Goat vs. Fish. The Chronicles thicken, Goat and Fish. We got a versus. Gorilla Chronicles subscribes to Goat vs. Fish. Rye_Rye says, Dylan Williams, yeah, that dude been Goat vs. Fish for a bit now. I've seen his streams long before he made it onto Kill Tony. Weird ass dude, but I guess he's committed, lol. Oh my verses. Goat vs. Fish was not even live on Twitch. When Goat vs. Fish went on Killing Tony, now Rye has reversed the verses. I've seen streams long before made it onto Killing Tony. Goat vs. Fish was on Killing Tony long before the Fence-demic. But they did not even see Goat vs. Fish until Goat vs. Fish reappeared in this compilation 5 million years later, and now they think that they saw Goat vs. Fish on the living stream before Goat vs. Fish was on Killing Tony. Oh my verses. Oh my verses. Goat vs. Fish celebration, Gorilla Chronicles for subscribing to Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish to Rye. Some say Goat vs. Fish is committed. Some say Goat vs. Fish should be committed. Soulbreeder 659 says to Julian Pimentel 2696. I was looking for this comment. He is basically talking about good versus evil. Oh, fanciness! Goat vs. Fish said in the verses, there is no black or white. There is no good or evil. There is no alpha or omega. There's only Goat and Fish and Goat vs. Fish. We said it in the verses. We said it in the verses. We said it in the Killing Tony verses. And now they are saying, talking about good versus evil. When Goat vs. Fish said it, there is no good or evil. There's only Goat and Fish. We tell them the verses. They don't listen to Goat vs. Fish. They don't listen to Goat vs. Fish. Why don't they listen to Goat vs. Fish? Why don't they listen to Goat vs. Fish? Oh, the torments of Goat vs. Fish. We spread the verses. We say Goat vs. Fish. We say there is no good or evil, only Goat and Fish. And they say, wow, it's about good versus evil. Fanciness. Umos ate fish. Celebration for fish. Oh, my verses. Celebration. Boring. Morgan. Contribution 1 versus American dollar to Goat vs. Fish. Celebration. Celebration for 1 versus American dollar. Boring Morgan, appreciation for 1 versus American dollar contribution to Goat vs. Fish. Celebration.
Boring Morgan contribution $1 to Goat vs. Fish.
Celebration. Very boring. Very boring indeed.
I love you,
Anarchy
Goat
and
vs.
Bedrock.
Fish.
Fish versus Goat. Soulbreeder says, I was looking for this comment, basically talking about good versus evil. Annoying though, because being purposely obscure, his presentation was on point though. Anarchy and Bedrock has a question for Goat vs. Fish. Questions for Goat vs. Fish. What is your question for Goat vs. Fish? What is your question for Goat vs. Fish? Random TV, I'm giving this whole conversation a versus even with the confusion because there are many in there who compliment Goat vs. Fish. Anarchy and Bedrock says, can you be Goat and then one day become Fish? Boring Morgan, did you get my donation? We got your donation. Appreciation for $1 versus American dollar for Goat versus Fish. Boring Morgan with the contribution. Celebration. 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 Joar3357 says, it made me laugh. It made me laugh. I be trolling. It kind of starts like Monty Python bit, but to do that in a minute is hard. Some sympathy for the verses. I'm not me 1657 replies to Julian Pimentel 2696. Nothing about that guy was genius in any way. Objectively not funny, and the only people laughing were laughing at him and not at his jokes. And yet we have 33, 34, 35 commentation, all saying they love Goat versus Fish. Ethan Minar2917 continues, I'm so high right now, and that made me laugh out loud because he's so committed publicly and he never backed down even in the end. Didn't expect that. Celebration. Celebration. Anarchy in Bedrock asks, can you be goat one day and then become fish? Those of you, those loyal goat and fish in the chat of Goat versus Fish, please reply to Anarchy in Bedrock. You know the verses. Can you be goat one day and then become fish? Boring Morgan says, I did today's Wordle and it was music. That is very boring. Your verses continue to be boring. Gamer Thwain says, seemed like a bad attempt at Monty Python humor again with the fenciness. Again with the Monty Python fenciness. Buffy11000 says, Gorilla Chronicles, I think it's pretty funny, but not haha funny. Well, a little bit haha funny, more like that's clever funny. Oh, my verses. It's funny. Goat versus Fish is funny. And here's Jonathan Hollis. 1 hour ago, Jonathan Hollis, who was here in the chat, the very chat of Goat versus Fish. Jonathan Hollis, to tidy up the verses. Goat versus Fish, for me, seems to be more about how you interpret art. So if you think he's just a circus clown, you might be right. Or maybe you are the clown for not thinking deeply about it. It's up to you. Fence sitting not allowed, says Anarchy in Bedrock. Jonathan Hollis celebration. Jonathan Hollis celebration. Jonathan Hollis celebration. This whole conversation. Goat and Fish. This whole conversation. We're giving it 3 verses. We're giving it 3 verses. We're giving it 3 verses and 3 fence. But we're giving it a bonus verses because for the subscription because about Goat versus Fish. Goat and Fish, we got through Gorilla Chronicles celebration. Gorilla Chronicles subscribes to Goat versus Fish. 2 more verses. 2 more verses. Devil's Avocado 69 says, Goat versus Fish is actually clever. He's talking the great comics. Goats versus Fish, the new comics. It's literally the concept of the show. Wow! The concept of Kill Tony is actually Goat versus Fish. Of course it was Goat versus Fish. The whole verse is. Everything is the concept of Goat versus Fish, replies Goat versus Fish. A simple pondering will reveal this. You are wise to see it. Are you goat or fish? Devil's Avocado says, I feel like I've met Santa, so in this conversation, fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. We feel like perhaps we have met Santa as well. Are you Santa Fish? Christmas Fish? Consider subscribing to Goat versus Fish, and you can Witness Goat versus Fish. Every versus. Boring Morgan says Goat versus Fish is such an amazing person. Tries to spread the verses. And they just fence it. They reject Goat versus Fish, but we keep spreading the verses. Anarchy and Bedrock Santa Fish. Yes, they do sit on the fence, but we keep spreading the verses of Goat versus Fish. It is a dedication, and if you are a goat, you versus that fish, and if you are a fish, you versus that goat. Versus that goat. Devil's Avocado Appreciation. We're going to give this one a versus. We're going to give Devil's Avocado a versus. And more Goat versus Fish. More Goat versus Fish. Here's another versus. The Goat versus Fish dude says Michael Gordon 2332. Sleep well, Boring Morgan. Appreciation your contribution. Michael Gordon 2332 says the Goat versus Fish dude still does that sorry ass character. I've seen him on random shows before. The comics all laugh at him behind his back. It's so dumb that people usually laugh at the stupidity, and I think he thinks people are laughing at the jokes. No, bro. We laughing at you. He has a YouTube channel, too.
My bum is on the rail. Bum is on the rail. Look at me. My bum is on the rail.
The cruelty of Michael Gordon 2332. The fenciness. Is this true, Goat and Fish? You in the chat of Goat versus Fish. You who laugh at Goat versus Fish. Anarchy and Bedrock, Blasphemous, Elder Grown, Boring Morgan, Standard Average, Julian Mr. Humdinger, Ryan Walterson. Wow Mom, Jonathan Hollis, Elder Grown. Toogs and also Roogs, Baodin 420, Chris G. Is it a true versus? Do you all laugh at Goat versus Fish? Do you laugh at Goat versus Fish behind our back? Do you laugh at the stupidity of Goat versus Fish? And we merely think you're enjoying Goat versus Fish, but truly you all mock Goat versus Fish? Yes, I'm Mom. Are you mocking Goat versus Fish? Elder Grown, are you mocking Goat versus Fish? Is this all just a mockery of Goat versus Fish? Is this all just a mockery of Goat versus Fish? Did Elder Grown donation 10 versus American dollars just to mock Goat versus Fish? False verses. False verses. You know the power of Goat versus Fish. Well, Michael Gordon 2332, how about you mock this? Mock this. Mock this. Mock this. So that's offense. That's offensive to Goat versus Fish. And 30 like this versus. 30 like this versus. Nick G 1743 says 100% that dude friggin' sucks. Rick P46, yeah, but now he's Goat versus Fish guy, and a hell of a lot of people could pick him out in a crowd as opposed to the most successful comics in that room, so I'd say it worked for what it is. Rick P46 with a sensible versus. Yeah, but now, Goat versus Fish guy has a hell of a lot of Goat and Fish who could pick him out at a crowd as opposed to most of the successful comics in that room. A fair versus. Soulseeker1729 says, people can hate. But he had me crying lol, so much better than crappy sex joke and played out race jokes. Soulseeker, seeking the soul of Goat versus Fish, and Elder Grown with 5 gifted verses.
F13 media subscribes
Elder Grown with 5 gifted verses.
Celebration.
Elder Grown with 5 gifted verses. Elder Grown with 5 gifted versus
Madman 004 subscribes to
Celebration.
GoatVsFish
Fucking Laser
forever.
subscribes to Goat
Celebration.
versus Fish. F13 Media subscribes to Goat versus Fish. Madman 004 subscribes to Goat versus Fish. Nick Borsellino subscribes to Goat versus Fish.
Subscribes to GoatVsFish
Lexi Roban
forever.
subscribes to Goat versus Fish.
Celebration.
Celebration. 5 gifted subs from Eldergrown. Celebration. Celebration.
Lex Eurobot
Celebration, celebration, celebration.
Celebration.
Celebration, 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 celebration. Celebration. Celebration for Eldergrown with the true commitment to Goat versus Fish, with the true support of Goat versus Fish. It's okay to laugh behind the back of Goat versus Fish. You can laugh to the face of Goat versus Fish. You can laugh behind the back of Goat versus Fish. You can laugh in front of the back of Goat versus Fish. You can laugh to the goat of Goat versus Fish. You can laugh to the fish of Goat versus Fish. You can laugh all around of Goat versus Fish. Soulseeker1729 says, people can hate, but he had me crying lol. So much better than crappy sex jokes and played out race jokes. Goat versus Fish. So much better. Crying in celebration, says the Soul Seeker. We seek your soul, Soul Seeker. Are you goat or are you fish? Mrs. O'Fussin says, I laughed. It was like you said, so stupid. It was good. So here, Michael Gordon. Oh, receives many likes. Oh, receives many likes. Oh, the casual fence sitter will casually like. Oh, I like that. Oh, yes. Oh, Goat versus Fish is stupid. But look at the ones who come to the defense of Goat versus Fish. They take that fence, they defense it. Nick G is fence, yes, but Rick P, Soul Seeker, and Mr. Fausen. We begin with 2 fences. Respond with 3 verses. Verses, verses, and verses. Fence, 2 fence. Fence, fence. Appreciation to Rick P. Appreciation to Soul Seeker. Soul Seeker. Thank you for crying with Goat versus Fish. Your feelings are true. They come from within you. Are you goat or fish? It is your soul we seek now. 1729. A reply of Goat versus Fish. I laughed. Celebration for laughing at Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or fish? Goat versus Fish. Your verses are wise. They do recognize Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Michael Gordon. We'll leave them to their verses. Celebration for Eldergrown with 5 gifted verses. For five gifted verses. We had a question for Goat versus Fish. Is it mousepad yet? Is it mousepad yet? Is it mousepad yet? First verse is the free sub counter goes up by 0.5 for 5 gifted subs to Goat versus Fish. We are at 82 out of 100 total subs. 82 out of 100 total subs. We are not at mousepad yet, but we do have a free shirt that we're going to do a marbleization run for, a free shirt after we conclusion this Killing Tony review. And we believe there's just one more commentation in the Killing Tony review. So we are very near free t-shirt giveaway celebration. We are very near free t-shirt giveaway celebration. The verses continue. The verses continue. Final verse. Final verses? Final verses? Oh, here's a whole conversation. Whole conversation. We wonder if there's any secret goat versus fish in this conversation. Any secret goat versus fish? Secret goat versus fish? Secret hiding goat versus fish? Goat versus fish. Killing Tony. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Yikes on my verses. There may be references to goat versus fish that goat versus fish does not see because they are in the replies of other verses. Curious to goat versus fish. But we do not see any more goat versus fish pitiably in this conversation. So goat versus fish, we continue on to, is it the final verses? Have we seen, was that the final verses? That seems to have been the final verses of goat versus fish. Goat and fish, we have reviewed all the Killing Tony commentation of goat versus fish. Over 70 comments of goat versus fish on this video of goat versus fish. On this video of goat versus fish, the craziest Kill Tony moments in history. 460,000 views. 19 minutes. It includes goat versus fish. Pinned comment by goat versus fish. Pinned comment by goat versus fish. We can even refresh the verses. We can even refresh the verses. 461,000 views on goat versus fish. There has even been another 1,000 more views since last Weverses. We can search for new commentation. We haven't seen any new commentation. You should leave the newest commentation on this verses, and you should commentation in support of goat versus fish. Goat versus fish posts the link in the chat. You too can leave a commentation on this, and celebration once again. Give a subscription. Give a subscription to Retroactive. Give a subscription to Retroactive for pinning the comment of goat versus fish. Or at the very least, like this video, just like did goat versus fish. Random TV says, everyone else on that show was just a comedian. You are the only goat versus fish. You will be remembered longer than the rest. Celebration. Remember goat versus fish. So that was goat versus fish on Killing Tony. Out of all the goat versus fish commentation that we have read, we found 41 commentation celebration goat versus fish and 21 commentation saying fence to goat versus fish. This has been a triumph of goat versus fish. This has been a triumph of goat versus fish. Celebration, celebration! Subscribe to Goat vs. Fish, follow Goat vs. Fish, and ask everyone you know if they are goat or fish. Leave a comment. Are you goat or are you fish? This has been a Versus of Goat vs. Fish. We wonder what other Killing Tony compilations will be appearing Goat vs. Fish. We suspect Goat vs. Fish will be appearing for a very long Versus. Bayoden 420 celebration. Goat vs. Fish should do a Versus where we deconstruct the set of Goat vs. Fish. Standard average celebration. Bayoden 420 celebration. Quinium Bass says, I'm goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Well, goat and fish. Well, goat and fish. When we return to Goat vs. Fish, we are going to have a t-shirt giveaway on Goat vs. Fish. We're going to have a t-shirt giveaway on Goat vs. Fish, and we're going to have it right here in the Goat vs. Fish, right here in the Goat vs. Fish. But Goat vs. Fish requires some hydration, and Goat vs. Fish wants to restart the stream. Goat vs. Fish wants to restart the stream because we're having some phenological difficulties on Goat vs. Fish. J. Duberty, are you goat or are you fish? Celebration, thank you for joining Goat vs. Fish. If you have not subscribed yet to GoatVsFish on YouTube, subscribe to GoatVsFish on YouTube. Follow GoatVsFish on Kick. Follow GoatVsFish on Instagram and the Twitterverse and the Book of Faces. Download the GoatVsFish memes. The links are in the chat. The links are in the chat. So GoatVsFish, checking now. We have 23 viewers of GoatVsFish. We have gone almost for 420. GoatVsFish, we are going to... Daddy Crit, welcome to GoatVsFish. It's been a while since I praised Goat. Praise be to Goat. Celebration for Goat. You may think this is fence-ish of GoatVsFish, but GoatVsFish is going to end the stream. GoatVsFish is going to end the stream, and in about 10 minuets, GoatVsFish is going to start the stream anew, and we're going to give away a shirt of GoatVsFish. So stay on Twitch. We will conduct a radiation for the sake of verses. We will conduct a radiation for the sake of verses, but it is a promise of GoatVsFish that in about 10 or 15 minuets, the GoatVsFish is going to restart the stream again. We're going to give away a shirt of GoatVsFish. You don't want to miss the shirt of GoatVsFish. You may say, oh, just stay here, GoatVsFish. Listen, GoatVsFish, we need some hydration. We need to restart the stream of GoatVsFish so we can hear the sound alerts of GoatVsFish. And then we are going to return. So if you're on Twitch and you want that shirt of GoatVsFish, stay here to win the free shirt of GoatVsFish. We will restart the stream. We will have maybe 10 or 15 minuets of conversation. And then it's going to be free shirt time on GoatVsFish. What shirt? The shirt of GoatVsFish. The shirt of GoatVsFish. Merch. The shirt of GoatVsFish. Shirt of GoatVsFish. The shirt of GoatVsFish. Shirt of GoatVsFish. The recently inflated, priced shirt of GoatVsFish that looks like this. That shirt of GoatVsFish. That shirt of GoatVsFish. We're going to try to win that shirt of GoatVsFish. Blasphemous says, I like the pins. Celebration. We are pleased you like the pins of GoatVsFish. So we're going to conduct a radiation just for the sake of GoatVsFish. We're going to end the stream. We're going to get some hydration. We're going to come back. We're going to do a shirt giveaway on GoatVsFish. That's the promise of GoatVsFish. So let's conduct a radiation. This has been Killing Tony in review from GoatVsFish. Let's see who's live on Twitch. Does the shirt come in sizes XXX for Goats? Yes, Daddy Crit.
Type exclamation buy.
Yes, Daddy Crit. It does come in size XXX for Goat. We have
this game in the
small,
chat,
medium, large, extra large, extra large, extra large, and extra large, but not extra large.
Feeling empty inside? Fill
2XL, 3XL, and 5XL, but not 4XL. If you want 4XL, just get 5XL. Just do the whole verses. So let's find a radiation. Let's find a radiation. The Uncle Joe Show is living for GoatVsFish. We're going to give you. We're just going to keep. GoatVsFish has been so impressive with the Uncle Joe Show. So impressive with the Uncle Joe Show that they have just been continuing the living streams. They have just been continuing the living streams even
Daddy Crit subscribes to GoatVsFish forever.
as GoatVsFish has been dealing with the fence times.
GoatVsFish celebration.
Daddy Crit subscribes to GoatVsFish. Daddy Crit, 3 months of subscription to GoatVsFish. Celebration. Celebration for Daddy Crit. Appreciation for that subscription to GoatVsFish. Appreciation. Daddy Crit, if you have not claimed your free decal of GoatVsFish, claim it now. Free decal for all subscribers of GoatVsFish. It looks like this. It looks like this. Just fill out the form in the chat. So let's radiation the Uncle Joe Show. But GoatVsFish will return soon, and we will do a free t-shirt giveaway on GoatVsFish. And if we reach 100 total subs, then we will also give away a mouse pad on GoatVsFish. We're going to Radiation the Uncle Joseph. Thank you for joining Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation for the hype train of Goat vs. Fish. We will return in 10 to 15 minuets. And we will do a shirt giveaway on Goat vs. Fish. We'll see you in the Radiation. We'll see you in the Uncle Joe Show Radiation and celebration and celebration and celebration and celebration. Blasphemous is going to stay and wait. If you wish to just lurk in Goat vs. Fish, then after Radiation the Uncle Joe Show, you can just come back to the chat of Goat vs. Fish and you can just lurk in the chat of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish will return. Julian, Mr. Humdinger, the nephew, celebration. We'll see you next verses. We'll see you next verses soon. We'll see you soon, Goat and Fish. Free shirt giveaway. Don't miss it on Goat vs. Fish.
This is it, dude. Goat vs. Fish, dude. And then we turn into like this. You got your beer? This is for Goat vs. Fish, dude. The #1 Goat vs. Fish enthusiast on the planet. And I'm also drinking my non-dominant hand, too. So this is sick. Okay, dude. Welcome to a fucking America, dude. If you don't like it, dude, go the fuck back home, dude. I'm so oh!
Next to me,
It's so hard to tornado with your left hand. Goat vs. Fish!
yeah, let's go.
This is what our wedding pictures, this is what Joe Exotic wedding pictures look like. It does feel weird, but it feels right, dude. Goat vs. Fish is in the house!
Where's he at?
That's it.
What's up, Goat vs. Fish?
You think we're about to get robbed? Really, dude. Goat vs.
Goat vs. Fish.